Hello, everybody. We're starting with housekeeping. We have housekeeping.
No, we're not. What's up, squishies? There, now you can.
I guess it doesn't technically intercede with the housekeeping. That can be part of it. Why not? Why not? That's part of it. I like myself on my phone for a second there. We're off to a great start. I've failed to sip water. We've interrupted each other. I've locked myself out of my phone.
Hey, it is important that you give me a moment to say hello to the squishies before you go off and about.
It's very important. We have so many subs to acknowledge. First time chat from Eve Luck. Basically, everybody, some updates and info. Thank you for helping us reach the Twitch Partner Plus. It basically that means we got 100 sub points that aren't from gifts or Amazon Prime. Individual subbing give you sub points and push you forwards to getting better deals. So we are getting paid more per sub by Twitch now. You can push further to a level 2 Partner Plus, apparently. I have to have all this explained to me by my editor because they actually know how things work. I am allergic to any form of paperwork, so reading the documentation that Twitch gives you about programs is something that causes me physical pain, and I can't take any of it in. So thank you to Lucky Lab for helping me understand any of this.
This is killing me just listening to it.
It's hard. I'm looking at the details that they wrote out for me, and even that is difficult for my brain to process.
I'm dying right now. You are hurting my ADD, and I hope you're happy.
Giving some info for the VODs and YouTube upload schedule. Bit of confusion around schedules, where to find things. So there are going to be changes because we have scheduling issues. One of our people lives in the nexus of climate change and has recently lost power internet. Oh, Mama is louder. Let's reduce.
Hey, 99. Rude.
So schedules get changed. But typically, VODs will get published on Twitch immediately. We've changed that. I don't need to publish them manually anymore. My lovely editor, Lucky Lab, figured out that you can actually do that. Crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Crazy. Once they disappear from Twitch, they'll be available for Patron of the Arts and up on Patreon. They'll be there. Thank you for the hype train. I've reduced Mama. She should be better now. Don't worry.
You're all rude.
VODs are uploaded to the Drawk Show live YouTube channel on Mondays following the release of their corresponding main channel video. So if you want to watch VODs, oh my God, Albert the Albert.
I love Albert.
Albert the Talbert. Okay.
Albert and I are besties now.
People are telling you to smile. That's very funny.
Oh my God.
Hey, just remember to smile.
These people are all leveling my amount of spicy.
All right, I'm going to look through. Regathraid gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Incredible. Nikorion, the Nico type EV evolution, says, howdy, how goes it, with a subscriber Prime for 5 months. Thank you for 5 months of Prime. Incredible. Magira has subscribed to Prime. Thank you for subscribing 3 months in a row. Incredible. Every time I see someone who's done months in a row, how do you remember? Have to be a consistent sub to so many Twitch streamers, and I will forget to sub. I can't get the streak, you know, I'll like be a couple weeks off no matter what. You don't need to remind me. I am noticing. Don't worry. It's happening.
Give Bellamy a treat.
I just said you don't need to remind me. Bellamy.
Yeah, but I felt like it. Pet Bellamy as well. How do you know if I sound off today? What do you mean I sound off today? I've barely said a word.
Yeah, I've been doing all the talks. I've been lowered. You've been lowered too much. Try talking. I'm going to see your levels.
Listen to that. I've been lowered so much. You've reduced women to an unhearable amount.
Oh my God. We should make a laughing emote while we watch Film Z, I think. I'm excited for Film Z. Legit Hawaiian. Thank you for subbing for 8 months in a row. Can't believe it's been 8 months. Doesn't feel that long. It is crazy.
Katakuri Samak.
I saw a comment that said they disagreed with me.
Habo.
Someone gave a comment that they disagreed with me and felt like Katakuri was not the best Devil Fruit Master and Crocodile pushed his further. And like, I think Crocodile's an absolute Devil Fruit Master, but like, to push Mochi to be that dangerous is crazy. Yeah, no. I don't know.
That's a wild thing to say. You've got somebody who's got sand powers. The things you can do with sand powers are like
Sand's crazy.
Moving entire freaking deserts.
And then
you've got somebody whose power is a freaking mochi, like bean paste and rice freaking gluten, and you're like, no. The sand dude pushed it harder.
They did push in different ways because they're different people. I think there's an argument for Croc. I'm not saying there's no argument. I just feel like Katakuri's the devil fruit master of the series.
I disagree. Croc is 2. Croc is high. Even though they're different, Croc is still 2.
Croco Boy was surrounded by his element. That is true.
Yeah, pretty easy to be a sand dude in the desert.
Katakuri got the good autism that makes you speedrun games. That's such an insane thing to say, and you're 100% right. Real life Katakuri is a speedrunner. He got that hyper fixation going for him.
Oh my god.
Wait. Before we get started, I'm gonna do a free product placement, okay? Okay?
What is that?
It's an energy drink because I've never been this called out by a product in my life. You guys, okay. I didn't drink, and I want this to not be an endorsement. Energy drinks are bad for you. Artificial sweeteners bad for you. I like it because I'm addicted to sweet and have a slow metabolism. So if I want to be thin, I can't eat all of the sweets that I desperately want to. I know it's not healthy. Sue me. I didn't like energy drinks as a teen. I thought they tasted bad. I tried Red Bulls a couple times, and I tried a Rockstar, and they were awful. They taste like chemical. That's the only flavor I could describe. And then as a grown man, I tried a Monster and was like, wait, these are allowed to taste good? Holy fuck. And they were just pretty tasty. However, they made a new line called Rain that is made to kill me. These are targeted at me. Like genuinely, I'm upset at how targeted I feel because 4 of the flavors are like specific nostalgic flavors from my childhood that I crave on a regular basis, because 4 of the flavors are orange creamsicle, white gummy bear, which we got today, rainbow sherbet, which might be the most nostalgic flavor in the world, and blue raspberry candy. Blue raspberry candy is like my absolute fucking favorite candy in the goddamn world. I am targeted by these motherfuckers. The only flavor they released that isn't for me is the cherry lemon. Look at white gummy bear, and it tastes like white gummy bear. It tastes like actual white gummy bear. I'm being attacked.
You're on fire today.
We are on fire. No, I straight up have waited to open this so that I could talk about how much I've been attacked. I haven't been compromised. I'm just going to be honest. The 4 horsemen of classic artificial flavoring, so true. It tastes like a fucking gummy bear. It's a drink. What's the nutritional facts on Rain? Bad. It's an energy drink. If you're expecting good, don't.
Nutritional facts, bad. That was well defined.
Like a lot of sodium, a decent chunk of potassium, not a lot of much else. Too much B12. Holy shit, 300% of the amount of B12 I'm supposed to have.
Oh, yeah, that's way too much.
I think I gotta not drink another one of these for 3 days is what I just learned.
Please be very careful with your adrenal gland system.
I'll try my best. You know that the nutritional the nutritional facts are bad when you look at what it says and it's like, hey, it can increase concentration, reduce fatigue, and energy. And it's like, those are the same. You just listed the same benefit 3 times.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I've made a new healthy choice. I've moved to complement sparkling water instead of bubbly. It is $3. It's $3.
What's a healthy choice in this?
It's $3 cheaper. And it's sparkling freaking water.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm sorry. It turns out it's freaking good. Like, bubbly loses its bubbles so arfing quick that it just makes me wildly angry. Then again, I'm kind of feeling spicy today.
Can I say, I'm making healthy choices too. Today I was like, oh man, I'm just craving some nasty eggs. The HUD train successful. Hell yes. I'm craving some nasty eggs, and you know what? I go into my fridge and I've trained my body to want actual nutrition enough that instead of putting ketchup and mayo on my eggs, I put like sour cream, hot sauce, guacamole, lettuce with my eggs. Like
what Ravens said. Ravens just said that you can steep a tea bag in Sprite to make tasty iced tea. That is information I did not need.
What? Don't like ketchup with eggs is weird. That's normal. I didn't have ketchup is what I'm saying. I crave. Who the fuck puts mayo on eggs? Okay, here's the thing. All the Scottish people are like, who the fuck puts ketchup on eggs? All the English people are like, who puts mayo on eggs? Guess what? The British and the Scottish are both right. Both of those are good with eggs.
Yeah. I also have to tell you, want to know what makes me crazy?
What's that?
Oh, thank you, Rabbit. It makes me crazy that when I talk to Americans, they're all like, what do you mean you guys have a ketchup chip? You can't put ketchup on chips. And I'm like, you eat fries with ketchup. That's legitimately fried potato and ketchup. That's why we have ketchup chips. Quit acting like it's weird. Quit acting like it's strange.
Yeah, no, ketchup chips are normal. Stop coming at us.
They're just normal. Do I like them very much? I like them a medium amount, but I'll defend them until my death.
Yeah, ketchup chips have not since I was a child been my go-to choice of chip, right? Yeah. But like, you know, if they're at a party, I'll eat a fucking ketchup chip. It's good.
I'll mac down on some ketchup chips if I have to.
If someone puts out the ketchup chips, I'm in it, you know?
Sriracha's good on everything. You can't try sriracha. I go to Trader Joe's in the United States for 2 things and 2 things only. I buy 3,000, but I go for 2. And those 2 things are the sriracha shakers, which are just shut your stupid mouth. You can put that on everything. It's so good. And they're incredible SPF for your face. I buy everything. I buy a lot more.
Someone is saying sriracha is the best hot sauce. I'm new to the world of hot sauce. Sriracha is all I really have because I'm a new hot sauce enjoyer. It's not something I've kind of had before. I've just kind of learned that
oh my God, Nixon.
What I've kind of learned is hot sauce people are not me. The people who make a food and the only seasoning is hot sauce. I'll add a little bit of hot sauce, adds a little bit of flavor to a thing that has other flavors. Like I'm not hot sauce pilled. I'm not out there being like, all I need is hot sauce on my food. Thank you, Dark Lord Ivy, for subscribing for 4 months. Incredible. Hot sauce without vinegar is insane. I love vinegar. I prefer French's ketchup over Heinz ketchup because Heinz ketchup tastes less vinegary. The vinegar flavor in the French's. Yes.
Well, when your sister was, hey there, when your sister was taking her stuff to do Red Seal and cooking, her chef, the chef that was training her, said like the only condiment that he won't live without is sriracha. So I think that speaks for sriracha. Like
sriracha's a good sauce, and you know what? If you look up the story of how it got made, it is one of the only stories of capitalism doing the thing that capitalists say capitalism does, which means working.
I would agree.
So
I would agree.
You know what? If you look at the story of like 90% of successful companies, they are not capitalism working as intended. Sriracha, 10%.
I like the story of sriracha. It makes my little heart happy.
It's good. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm not going to tell it here because I don't remember the details. Someone should, you know what, if you're curious.
Start mapping out the thing and the stuff for the picture I asked for?
Yeah. We're doing both of them.
Aw, that's so great. The picture I asked for, yeah, I would agree with it. I like the other picture a lot too, but this one I think goes better with the theme of what we're doing. Hard?
We're doing both. Don't worry.
You're gonna do both? You're gonna do both pictures I like?
Wait. No, I should. Yeah, it works.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it works. Don't worry about it.
All right, I'm super happy about that.
What chapter did we read until? I told you before we started. Someone is asking.
I know what it is, but I want to lie because you and I had our little tete-a-tete about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's up?
We started at 9:27.
I don't know why you're doing this. Like, the bit, everyone, is we've had like several debates here as we've started, like before we started, where I keep being like, yeah, the notes say that we started at 9:26 and Mama's like, yeah, no, 9:27. And I'm like, no, but you didn't actually read early last time. And Mama's like, 9:27. Yeah, but you didn't read 9:26 on stream. Why do you not want to talk about 9:26? I don't remember what happened 9:26. Why don't 9:27? For some reason, Mama's just insistent that we aren't talking about 9:26. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. This pedal goes up. 926 will be a chapter never to be discussed on Mom Piece. Doesn't exist.
I'm glad that we got that all straight. It's a very important thing to me. Now, in 926, we see Nami hanging out inside.
It killed me. It's great that the edited video is gonna start with the conversation about you know this is gonna be the entrance. Love it. We're coming in hot today. all right, let's keep rolling.
Okay, so in 926, we see all the townspeople looking at their great good picture of a bird on a viper. P.S. Birds don't hang out with vipers. Don't think that's a thing just because you see it in the images, folks. Don't believe the hype. And then everyone's like, yeah, I'm going to go. They literally say that. One guy goes, well, I'm going to go. So, like, they literally say that. And then we get to see our Nami up in the roof. She's doing a little spying. Oh, do you know that kid come up to me the other day during a fire drill and say to me, what is a roof? And then, so I just want to go backwards and say she's not on the roof, she's in the ceiling. Carrying on. So Nami is up in the ceiling and Nami is like listening in. This is the order sheet for the next round of armor and weapons. Ooh, you're a wicked fella. I feel really glad that we talked about 926, or I wouldn't have got this where it said, ooh, you're a wicked fellow. The kid Katu is in grade 12. It is his great delight to come up to me and say, when is the ground a floor? He likes to do things like that. That's just teaching high school. That's just a guaranteed.
You're teaching the future Riddler.
That's Tuesday is what I'm telling you. On a Tuesday, that's what you're going to get from a kid. I had to determine for myself, if you put enough floorboards down in the field, how many floorboards do you put down before you would consider that area floor?
This is what you get for volunteering to teach philosophy, honestly.
It is my fault. Kids like to come up to me with questions like that now.
People are like, oh, you're the philosophy teacher, huh? Allow me to riddle you.
So what is the ground the floor?
How many planks until the boat is not the same boat? And I'll say, when you did the plank with the name written on it.
That one, what if you rewrite the name on the other one?
Then it's the same boat again.
Yeah, okay.
Simple as.
That's it. Riddle solved. Boat problem finished.
Solve the goddamn riddle. Take out the board with the name, different boat. Write the name back on it, same boat.
Same boat.
Oh, trolley problem? Pull the lever. Done. Fixed it.
I'll let
Easy.
the philosophy kids know that these problems have been solved. There is no problem for the ship of Theseus. It's all about the name.
No, y'all throw any dilemma at me, I'ma solve it. The trolley problem, simple as pull the lever. Easy. Donezo. Problem solved.
Do you even know which direction the 5 we're on is in comparison to the 1 in the trolley problem?
Yeah, the 1 is on the pull the lever side because then you're taking action that kills someone. Guess what? Not pulling a lever's an action, motherfucker. Problem solved. Donezo. I don't care. What, you think I care about the Chinese standards of the law where you'd be innocent if you didn't pull the lever? Fuck that. I ain't listening to the CCP. You think they're getting my trolley problem?
Stop. You're killing me. The problem is that problem is made to show where your philosophies may be in tension.
Am I right?
No, because then if there's 5 people in a waiting room who have 10% chance of survival, but you've got one person, if they have their organs, who would have 100% chance of survival, then by that logic, you would also kill the 5 for the 1. So, or kill the 1 for the 5. If the 5 could live off of the 1 body is what it is. So they do that on purpose just to create tension in your philosophy so that you can learn to see whether or not you're in agreement with yourself. It's just, okay. They're just trying to snow your brain. That's all they're trying to do. Here we go.
They can do what they want, but I'll solve them all. I got the right answers. Philosophers ain't needed.
Philosophers ain't needed. Drawk on talk. Thank you.
You know what? The philosophers are needed to find the right questions. They ask me the right questions, we get the answers.
And it's just you.
Yeah, we do the make it personal all the
time.
All right, if my wife is the one, I don't pull the lever and now I'm a bad person.
Yeah, same with the other problem.
Simple as.
Oh, riddle me this. So your philosophy's intention.
What? You think just because I know the right thing to do means I've got to do it? Fooled you. I can do the wrong thing. I am kidding. I have that power.
You be quiet. Let me talk about One Piece. That's why we're here.
Yeah, but this is funnier.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You have no idea what I'm going to say about chapter 926. Maybe I didn't want to talk about it because I have a whole stand-up around it. Maybe the reason I was anti-chapter 926 is because 926 is where I get on my soapbox and offend everyone. You don't know. You don't know. Excuse me. I have to have a sip of my compliment sparkling water.
This is fun.
Delicious.
I think we are both in a strange energy today.
How dare. Okay, here we go. Newbie. Koichi Oname, wearing what can only be described as not a thing to run around with. Running through the eaves. I wish that I had an Nimpo's great kite. There's a few things in here that if I'm thinking about, I'm getting Children of the Corn and Squishies. I'm getting a giant transponder snail. A kid is making it for me out of multicolored rainbow glow-in-the-dark filament. It's going to be a foot long, and it's going to be a lamp. Boom! I'm so excited I can't even.
Hey, someone said "gat" in chat, and I need to say something real quick. All the people who are making skits that are nothing but making fun of Zoomer slang, as someone who has literally never been in the loop with slang, even when I was young, can we stop? It just sucks. It's boring comedy. It's not good. The jokes are bad.
Slang?
Just making fun of slang is not a good joke. Can we just stop? Can we be done with it? It just sucks.
No, we can't.
Fucking, they all suck. Every online
the more
sketch
that's not true. First of all, you're in love with Australian slang, so lies.
Yeah, I love it. That's not making fun of it. I'm talking about the skits that are like, kids are saying skibbity. Yeah.
Oh.
Fucking stop.
The whole thing with the rizzle drizzle too, those words have been around for so long, and now we're just saying them again.
No. What you guys aren't getting is I'm not saying that we should get rid of slang. I'm saying we should get rid of comedy where the only bit is we're making fun of that kids are saying slang. That's what I'm done with.
I have humans sending me tons and tons of Snapchats because I said going live into stream, and now they all want to talk. But I can't talk to them. I'm busy talking about chapter 926. I have been for the last 100 hours.
Guys, people are saying that comedy is subjective. I solved it earlier. It's not subjective. I'm right. Remember? Anyways, we can move on.
You're killing me. You know what? F this shit. I'm skipping to 927.
I win. I got what I wanted.
Oh, in chapter 927, because 926 does not exist, and we will never talk about the Soba moment ever that I was wanting to not talk about. It's gone. It's dead.
We did it.
Nothing happened. Okay.
So funny.
Don't ever say Drawk knows best, Cookie. All right, here we go. Am I allowed to talk now?
Yeah, you can talk.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Here we go. I'm going to get a tattoo. It's just going to say 926. Okay, we're in the flower capital. It's the special soba. I feel really happy that we know for sure that if my man Sanji went out and made himself a restaurant, it would be lineups around the block and people would be like, please let me have a taste.
He's the legendary soba man.
Yeah, because legitimately, like, I hope Baratier knows what they lost in him. And let's just take...
I think there's something interesting because, like, part of Oda's condemnation here of isolated culture is despite how many things Wano has that are amazing, these people who've traveled the world learning skills are better than the people who are learning these amazing ancient Wano techniques. Sanji can make better soba, Zoro's a better samurai.
You know what's interesting about that? Because when we talk about Japan, the Japanese people are often travelers. There's a lot of traveling that goes on. I found out there many people in Japan are kind of obsessed with Anna Green Gables, which was interesting to me. I went down
That's interesting.
A whole Japanese people in Anna Green Gables tube, and it was a thing. It was a real thing. Thank you for your subscription, Paul. Sanji and I have a thing in common. We both can't get enough of Geisha Robin. Geisha Robin, just too cool for her own good. Like Geisha Robin,
yeah.
I know that you love a Robin with the cute hat. This is my favorite Robin.
Okay, you know, that's fair. That's fair. I think we can both agree that, like, Cowboy Hat is up there, like the fan base is obsessed with, but despite being high ranking, is not as peak as our personal favorite post-time skip outfits.
I think that Orabi is so cute, it's almost not to be believed. And I love the contrast in her colors and design. She's just like...
You know what's funny? I've never seen it in color.
You haven't?
No, because I didn't watch any of this part in the anime, and
the reason why I'm so pressed about the color running out before I'm done Wano is Wano, like I've read a bunch of them in color now. I read a bunch of them only in black and white. I go back and forth. But Wano in color with the outfits, next level. Just too much to believe. And she's got her obi is done in like a green and red. And then her outfit is in a pink, red, and purple black. Like the contrasting of them and the design, it looks incredible. She looks so good. Bye, Robin. Robin and I just high-fived.
Oh yeah.
And you spend a lot of time in the town as well, and the town in color is incredible. Being in the flower capital in Wano in color, I'm gonna miss it so much. All right. Done lamenting, moving forward.
Moving forward.
I would have been upset if we had had a moment when people had, oh, this person, you're still on Zao VOD on YouTube. You're just stopping by to say, oh, I'm sorry you can't stay. You can if you want. You don't have to be in order.
If you aren't one of the people who like really gets irritated by not watching things in order, there's not like a spoiler of canon we've built up, so it's perfectly safe to be here. I think if you want to just hang out and get one of these early, the live experience is, from what I've been told by people, special. I can't say that about, I haven't been an audience for the show, so I don't know. People have said they like watching live. My boy.
I'm so glad to see that Sanji kicked the shit out of people for spilling and ruining food. It would have been upsetting if he didn't, despite the fact that everyone's like, you can't do that. I'm kind of bored with that idea. Like, they're going to. Straw Hats are going to beat people up or do things they're traditionally not supposed to do. It's what they do. If the Straw Hats do anything, it's this. This is what they do. Toko makes me depressed.
Toko's a sad case. Can I just say we got a first-time comment saying that someone's been following us on Twitch since Thriller Bark and always eagerly waiting for the next stream, and that we make this story even richer and our blessing to the community, and that's like the kindest thing ever. This is... Oh, I can't say that name. Sai Ash? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's such a nice thing to say. Thank you so much.
Oh, Dark. That's so sweet of you. You're crazy. We're not worth that. You've heard Drawk, right? Just going off and about like a crazy fiend.
I think today's opening was one of the funniest we've done.
You've got to be kidding me.
That was hilarious.
First of all, you were on a rant. It sounded like you'd already had 6 of the energy drinks.
I've had like a sip.
That's just who you are. Toko makes me so sad. The city girl Toko. Her drip is fine. Her cuteness is amazing. Her sad ass story of sadness, just this, that's amazing. You watched it and
Toko, not Toki.
You watched it even Poland, Dr. Jack. It just crushes my little soul to when I go back and see her here and then know what's coming.
So there's something interesting about this part. I think Oda kind of fucked up here a little bit in that he missed an opportunity to make the story even sadder.
Oh, good. You're right.
Because in SBS it later reveals, and this isn't a spoiler because it doesn't impact anything, but later on near the end of Wano, an SBS reveals that Yasui never ate a smile fruit and chose to only smile so that he could be a beacon of real happiness for the people who'd been forced to eat a smile.
Also for his child.
Yeah.
So that he can be a beacon to her, kind of like when kids have big birthmarks and parents get tattoos of the birthmark on them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Yasui not being a smile fruit eater and having just chosen that, I think makes his story even sadder. And I think it's a little bit of a lapse that Oda couldn't find a way to include that in the story.
Huh. Yeah, you might be right. But on the other hand, did you remember that this is primarily written apparently for children? It's already...
That can't be true. You've read Wano.
So depressing. You have to add a straw hat. P.S. Red Potato was like, you know what? I think I'll make him add a straw hat. So put that in the corner.
That's
especially
difficult.
Given
this one already has a straw hat.
Especially given today's thing. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that's depressing as crap. I'm glad they like Toko.
It's just, this is going to haunt you forever.
No, I just said that myself. I'm glad they like Toko. And I mean the straw hats.
Oh my God.
And then she's laughing. They're like, she's such a happy kid. Haha, you make me want to smile too, says Sanji. And you're like, stop it, Sanji. That's going to get incredibly awkward later on.
Sanji, you're going to feel so fucking bad. No.
You're going to feel so uncomfortable about that comment. And then she's like, haha, oh good, ha ha ha. And then, Otaku's just my name. All right, that was so good. Thanks for the soba. And you're just like, oh my God, this is really uncomfortable. Oh, what a funny kid. I love how much she laughs. Oh God, everything you're saying is so bad. Stop talking. Oh. Okay. Why do I have to look at this person singing? The wrinkle. Who are you calling a wrinkled up paper lantern? I'll illuminate your hide, you little snot. I've got good news for you, Orabi. I ran all the way from the flower capital looking for you. What is an Oran? The Oran is the courtesan, the top idol of Wano. Can I tell you a thing? As soon as I saw this chick, I knew who she was.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Why's that?
She's the right damn age, and we would have met his sister in some way. It's just
you were immediately like, that's Hiyori. Ain't no way.
Yeah. And then when she was doing bad things, I was like, yeah, there's going to be an excuse for that so I was really glad there was. I knew, but it was good anyways. I was very happy for it. Oh, shit, I love that. I love that place on top of the little hill with the tree growing over it, mostly because of the waterfalls. I'll stand for a waterfall. That shit is beautiful.
You're pro waterfall?
Oh, I'm a massive waterfall fan. You know what's really awkward about waterfalls is when they kill you when you stand under them because you're like, a waterfall and it is delight and pure joy, and you're like, I'm not kidding. I'm not even making this up. My computer just randomly switched my page back to chapter 926. Nice try, computer.
That's the void chapter.
You try to do something that just won't happen. Anyway, so then you stand under the waterfall and you're like, oh, what a sexy outdoor awesome moment. And then rocks fall through the waterfall and kill you. That is not the way to go. And that's what I think about when I stand under waterfalls. And now, welcome to the disaster thinking that is the inside of my mind.
So where are waterfalls on your like water feature tier list? Like, the still spot of a river that you can swim in, an inlet, a lagoon. Where's a waterfall?
That's a big question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a waterfall that will often have things fall down in it, or a waterfall that will rarely have things fall
I think
down?
we're gonna say there's 3 types of waterfalls, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Give them to me.
One,
Yeah.
the one that like rolls over a bunch of rocks, kind of knit close to the rocks like a staircase, right?
Yeah.
2, you got your big boys. I'm talking your Angel Falls, I'm talking your Niagara Falls, right?
Yeah.
3, a little chute of water that kind of pops out of a place where the creek went partially or fully underground.
Ooh, that one's a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
The kind that was going into Wano with the like layers of waterfall that come down and
I think
touch
that's your
the
big
whole
boy
time.
still though, because that's not rolling
I'm
over
gonna
the
call
rocks.
that a big boy waterfall, but I like a rolling waterfall that
Rolling
has
waterfall
levels.
is something interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
We got a
I
lot
like
of
a
those
leveled
good.
waterfall.
We got a lot of those good rolling waterfalls here in British Columbia. If anyone's ever curious, if you're looking for the place to find good rolling waterfalls, this is a good place. Rainforest here,
It is a
fucking
good
full
place.
of them.
We really got some good waterfalls in British Columbia.
Here's the thing. Video games will convince you that there's secrets behind a lot of waterfalls, so I keep looking, yet to find a secret.
Well, there's the one place up by our favorite potholes that has just a place you can sit in.
Yeah, but I've thought about if that counts as a secret. It's just a seat. Like if I... Oh, thank you, Pokemon. It's called the Souk Potholes, and it is a swimmy spot that's called the Potholes, but they're not potholes. Anyways.
And they're stunning.
They're beautiful, incredible. Majesty of nature, a place you would travel for out of your way as a tourist. Beautiful place. But I've thought about if it counts as secret, and I gotta say, like, if I pull a secret lever and all that's behind it is a bench, I'm dissatisfied.
I love that it has like a bench built into the wall, but we can't argue about this. Oh, we got one with a cave behind it in northern Sweden. That's a good secret.
Rad. That's a good secret. 10 out of 10
that's
secret. Maybe that's the issue is like, because of how new the mountain ranges in British Columbia are, there's not a lot of caves. That's why we don't have waterfall secrets.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on.
It's because we don't have any caves here.
Yeah. I knew that Orochi was a 8-headed snake because that's what his name means.
Well, his name is Orochi, yeah.
But now it makes me wonder who Susanoo is going to be, because Susanoo is the one who's supposed to kind of poison Orochi and get him all high up on some sake and then kill him. Susanoo. And I'm hoping it's not the purple hair dude. He's had so many opportunities. I don't know why he wouldn't have done it. I really love too that when we first meet Komirasaki, that she's got that great peacock piece out in front of her, because I always remind myself when I see things like that there's so much symbolism in it. And so there's all sorts of symbolism for peacocks of beauty and elegance, nobility and dignity. They use it in Buddhism, good fortune and protection, artistic representations. But then they also use it for pride and vanity, ostentatiousness, misrepresentation of who you are, like a misdirect of who you are, which I thought was interesting. And a superstition, the bird can be too loud and aggressive in its behavior and can frighten off other people. And I was like, yes, I love that. That makes me happy. So then when you use it with the flowers, that's on the part of her kimono that has the peacock, and then in the background that has the flowers, the combination of those imagery, both of them are a push and pull between ultimate beauty and ultimate pride and misdirection. And I thought that was pretty freaking cool.
Nice. So I like that.
Yeah.
Some deep bird symbolism.
Deep bird symbolism. Wait till we get into my deep scarf symbolism. And I like the idea of all the people bleeding out behind her. If we're going to have the whole ridiculous thing about, people bleeding out from being in love, the greatest one is obviously Nami standing up in the bathroom naked, and every man, woman, and child in there gets a nosebleed and falls over. But really gross, because now that water, nasty.
Oh, God, I've never thought about that part.
Everybody is like,
no.
they do
Oh,
that
that's
scene,
awful.
and I'm like, way to go, Nami. And then I'm thinking about the water and everybody's bloody
Oh,
nose squirting
oh,
out, and I'm like, oh,
fuck,
so
no.
gross,
No,
so
why?
gross.
Why would you? I have never
It's
thought about
Shark
that.
Week, and now blood is seeping into all the wooden bathtubs, and you can't get it out in between the grains. You also have to add a Bellamy, put it in the corner, and all the blood is like freaking oozing in between everything. And it's on the floor. You'll never get rid of it. That blood is lifeblood.
I've never had to think about this before.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's all I could think about when I saw that. Like, don't get me wrong.
You've made that scene so much worse for every chatter, and I kind of love it, but also, Jesus Christ.
I was so happy for Nami. I'm like, you caused more nosebleeds than anyone. And then I was like, ooh, in a bathhouse. And then my mind started picturing all the blood in the bath water and on the floor and puddles of water and all down the front and on the towels and how there'd be dripping blood. Oh, I just couldn't. It was awful. So yeah. I am happy for all the nosebleeds out in the street. Blood in the dirt, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm pretty good with it. But now everyone who's there and bled all over themselves is going to use that communal bath to rinse their blood off too. So if you were looking for a communicable disease that can move in that way, congratulations.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Welcome.
Here we go.
Here we go. Contact the Queen, Shogun Arachi. The Iran is on her way here now. Komosaki, you will be mine today at last, I swear it.
I'm beginning to think this Orochi guy might be a bit of a bastard.
You know, it's giving me pushy.
Totally. Yeah. He's coming across a bit desperate, honestly.
It's really feeling like a lot. Okay, long-time prisoner, old man Hayo, or as I like to call him, old peanut man. I don't know.
You gotta explain this one, because when we were talking on the phone, that's what you called him, and
you cannot tell me that his body doesn't look like a peanut shell. That it has like a big top, a middle, and then a big bottom, and he's kind of like the color of a peanut shell. He looks like a peanut. Old man Hayo looks like. I
tell you that.
You can't. He looks like a. I'm looking at him right now.
Is he a peanut?
Is he a peanut with good clothes? I mean, bright, vivid clothing and funny blue hair? Yes, he is. But for me, he's old man peanut. So,
okay.
Am I allowed to skip forward and talk about him both here and then?
You're literally allowed to do what you want.
You know what? I do what I want. I'm going to talk about him at the now, and I'm going to talk about him at the then.
Okay.
Yes. You. Conmastic thing is Sitoko thinks that I'm right. No, wait, I'm going to read that now with brain. Conmastic. You know what? My brain doesn't Sitco. I'm going to call you Conma. Yes, I like that. I really feel like this is a really important image here where we first meet him in chapter 928 and we see old Peanut Man on the floor, kowtowed, and he's saying to Luffy, I must express my true and unvarnished gratitude for the heroic way you rescued my humble and unworthy hide. And then they said, lucky old man Hayo, not that you've got long to live anyway, longtime prisoner, old man Hayo. And I think that is a really important image to keep in your head, because I think that Luffy later on, and I will get into it more later, I'm really just going to kind of go ding as a pin right now. We see the difference that Will makes. And that Luffy, it's almost like the Peanut Man's will has been dehydrated. And that Luffy comes in and gives him water, and it's sanctuary, and it rehydrates him, and his will grows. It's like one of those plants that can go like 50 years without being watered, and when you put water in, it unfurls. So even though all this time that he's been in there, old man Hayo the Peanut has been in here, Luffy comes in later, and we can see the difference if we remember this imagery of him in the beginning, kowtow to Luffy, hungry, getting given a handful of papers so that he can have some food. and how he's like, I will treasure these. And even when the food goes on the ground later on and he gets in trouble for having them, he's like, I will not allow one of these to drop on the ground, and I will eat them all anyway. It's a really good juxtaposition to remember that this same man, scant chapters forward, is suddenly a completely different person, and we get to see who he was shining through everything. And people can be like, that's a really radical change, but I think it's important to note it, because I think Oda is really trying to show the juxtaposition between having your will snuffed out by people and turned off, and what will brings to a person. Because scant chapters later, he sticks his hand up and stops somebody and compresses them through nothing but haki. And so right now, he couldn't do shit. If anyone tried to fight him, he'd cower and cover his head. And scant chapters later, he's using his haki to kick some ass. So it's really important to notice this, because that's what the will is that Oda is trying to talk about. And this is, I think, the biggest moment that we get to see so far in the entire One Piece, where we get to see the difference of will.
I like it.
Yeah, you should like it.
Yugoro is a cool character. Yeah, you're right.
It's the truth of truthdom, and he's in Peanut.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You keep calling him a peanut.
Oh, is that what's upsetting you?
Yeah.
You're upset about the peanut? The peanut moment? Are you upset about the moment of the peanut? It's going to go on and on and on. Peanut time. Peanut butter jelly. I hope you're happy. I want to talk about this because even if some people might be like, why are you talking about this? And I'm going to tell you why, people, that we're about to talk about this thing. It's because I think it's really cool. And sometimes we don't know about stuff like this. And you might if you've lived in Japan or if you've cared to look it up before. But I certainly didn't. And so now you get to know about it too.
Okay.
So I wanted to research what the hell was going on with these people who were, because at first I thought it was just a disguise when everybody was wearing little scarf headcloths over their head, knotted underneath their nose. And I was like, what a strange choice. And then I was like, I've seen this kind of in the past in a few different things with Japan, and people wearing similar types of things. So the practice of wearing a cloth tied over your head and then knotted under your nose is associated with certain professions often, or activities, and like chefs or construction workers. And it's known as a hachimaki, but it's also known as another thing we'll get into. And it's worn sometimes to keep the sweat out of your hair and out of your eyes, to maintain cleanliness and hygiene while preparing food or doing things. But more importantly, it's actually known as a method to symbolize focused determination and pride in your craft. And so construction workers will wear it in that way. It's also known as a tenugu. And both of those things have super deep symbolizing for perseverance, hard work, and also for the following things. So samurai and martial artists used to wear it tied in this way as a symbol of determination and readiness for battle. Workers would wear it to represent excellence in work and commitment. Sushi chefs would wear it not only for the sweat, but for readiness to tackle demanding natures of work. And then they use it in sports festivals as a way of showing that you can push through mental barriers, and office people and students wear it for the same thing, to boost confidence. But they said that the act of wearing the cloth that's tied over your head of a hachimachi or a tenugu is a symbol of perseverance, and it reflects a deep-seated value of you need to endure your hardships with grace. You need to have determination and celebrate all the difficult things that come up in your life and have focus to move through them. And I thought that was so cool. So maybe you don't, but I think that is such a cool thing, because even though it's also just a way of doing kind of a disguise, it's actually a very well-known thing in Japanese culture. And apparently, like, if students are working hard and they want to have massive focus, they would do this as a way of focusing on something. And so I thought, for me, getting to see them doing this and having it take place in this idea of Japan is really cool, that they would bring out this traditional piece. But it also made me, once again, because people are like, Mama looks up a lot of things, so she probably knows things that maybe other people wouldn't. But this is one of those examples that I was talking about something that would just be known to Japanese people, but isn't known to us if you don't know about Japanese culture. And so you might have missed out on it and just thought like, oh, those disguises are interesting and funny. I like what they're doing, and not have understood in how many different areas what an important symbol of resiliency and balance in doing what needs to do and staying focused in your work. Like, you just wouldn't know how entangled it is with culture. And so I think that that's a pretty good thing. And I didn't know that until I went on a deep dive. And then after I went on one deep dive, I actually went down that hole way too far. I could give a talk on it now. My next TED Talk is going to be on these. So stick around for that. You guys just got like the iceberg, a tip of the hat to you. Here we go. Jesus God, the freaking wet reindeer is back. I just want to punch it. Oh, why do we need to have you, you wet-haired freak? I hate you. I hate you so much.
You hate wet-haired caribou? This is new to me.
I know I've never said it before.
Uh-huh.
I always keep this in my heart, and I try not to make this controversial because I get so many people talking to me about how wrong I am and how I don't talk about enough things.
How much they love Swamp Nakama.
Yeah. But I'm going to put it out for the first time ever and just tell you that I hate this bastard so much. Oh, and now it's out and I can never take it back. Are we clear?
At least this is probably the last time you're going to see him.
Yeah. Every single person who says that, we all know this piece of shit is going to be in this whole manga. I'm going to be at the end and he's going to be like, do I get to touch the One Piece? And I'm going to be like, oh.
Showed up. Okay, this is not the voice they give him in anything, but actually, I think he'd be so much more bearable if he just sounded like a trucker. I think that'd be great.
Do you know what he sounds like?
We sure been on a great adventure together. I'm gonna go check out that One Piece we found. All right.
No, do you know what he sounds like to me?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm gonna touch the One Piece. That's what he sounds like in my head.
It's actually neither.
Well, that's what he sounds like.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing here, Straw Hat? That's not quite. That's like my best to try to recreate how it's more high-pitched, I guess, how the Japanese guy does it. It's creepy. The fucking laugh
I don't know what to tell you. It's horrible.
Okay.
Somebody delete your art.
I gotta think about what I'm doing here.
Yeah, delete a section that works for you and redo the sucker. It's not, you're way too deep in to do a whole delete this time. Okay.
You say that.
Don't be a doofus.
Here we go.
Okay, so here you go. Oh, God damn it, Drawk. Sometimes
What's up? What's up? Look, Luffy's still here.
Oh, man. Okay, so I hate him, but I am aware that he is going to come back for forever and ever and ever. It would be better if he was a trucker. I'd stick him in one of those hats like the boys in my school wear when they're trying to be super cool, that's like way above their head. And I'm like, do you know how old that is? You're on the periphery of a dangerously sad time. Where am I? There I am. No, I don't want to talk about that. And I won't. Give Bellamy a treat. I don't know if you noticed, I can just skip chapters now.
You can. That's a power you have.
I was so excited to see Kamirasaki lead that little bastard on and then take all his money. And I know that they tried to make it as if he was the sweetest man in the world and he just wanted to help her and he just was in love. But the minute that he said things like, I don't know, I sold off my family. They said that. He said out loud, I sold off my family. And then people are like, how could she do that to him? He sold off his family. No, this grown-ass man chose to sell off his family. If Oda couldn't give you a big enough hint that he was a piece of shit, come on now. You know he wasn't good. He sold off his family. Medicine? Huh, what a waste of money. No, this dude deserved it. Fall on the ground and die. Would I not sell off my family for a hot babe? Okay, come on now. Do you know what's hot?
Mhm.
Intelligence. You know what's
Okay.
not hot? Almost
that?
everything else. If you're intelligent and kind and I enjoy that, that's hot. If you're
Uh-huh.
not and you're just coming at me all body, I'm like, "Ugh, get out of here. Get out of here, you vapid piece of toast, you milk toast. Get out of here, you soggy noodle."
Tell them how you really feel.
I was trying to. Was I being I think intelligence is hot. I think stupid is not.
Okay.
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 That's all I have to say about that. Robin is hot. Robin is hot. I would go for Rob. I would totally go for Robin. Yeah.
Robin got energy.
Yeah, Robin is a no, no. Robin's good. I'd take her.
Uh-huh.
Also, even though she is smoking, which is bad for your health, kids. Hey, squishies. I know we don't talk about this often in the modern day, but smoking's bad for your health. She still looks cool as crap smoking her long ass cigarette. There's something about a woman
the
that
long
femme
cigarette
fatale.
holder's crazy. It goes
There's
crazy.
About it, you know, like
it goes insane.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it's like not supposed to be good, but in this case, it makes smoking look way cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I always knew it was ugly. I realized this because of my brain. Jolly D. Roger, don't be ridiculous. If you can make funny jokes about you not being smart, you're probably clever. Okay.
Yeah. Dumb people tend to not be that funny. It's a thing you can track.
Dumb people have a really hard time with being
actually, dumb
funny.
people are really good at being funny accidentally.
That's not the same.
It's not the same, but they're great at it. Oftentimes,
and
noteworthy.
It's mean of you to say it.
What are they gonna do? Hey, dumb people in the audience, y'all think you're smart. You're not offended.
You don't know. They might all be smart. You never know.
There are so few dumb people who. Oh yeah, we might have all smart people in chat, but there are so few dumb people who think they're dumb. It's very, very uncommon.
It's kind of like the life cycle of a university student. Year one, you're like, I know nothing. Everything is new. Year two, you're like, I'm the smartest person that has ever walked. I know so many things. Year three, you're like, I have the confidence of a god. Year four, you're like, I know nothing. I only know how to find out things I don't know. That's how I always think about university. All right, here we go. I lost everything for you. No, you didn't. You lost everything for you, you dumb shit. You sold your family. Enjoy your life now. Why don't you go pull another tooth out? That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's the bad guy.
Also, you have to be kind. Ovs. The greatest courtesan of Wano, Kamasuka. I love your shoes. Can you imagine trying to walk in her frickin' shoes? Like,
I bet I could do it.
Come on. You think you could do it for real? Do you really? Like in real talk? Real talk.
No, for real, no, not at all. That is just the thing I'm saying.
Right? I see you. Hey, Koji, welcome to the chat. I'm glad to have you here. I don't know about Drawk. He's a bit salty today. He's filled
You're
with
the
the
one who's
energy
full of
drink,
vitriol and vinegar. I'm feeling great.
He has 300% of your daily vitamin B, so keep
that.
That
is true. Turns out way too much vitamin B in this. That has actually made me concerned.
These shoes here, like I once wore shoes that were, I'm going to say for the Americans so they can understand it, Canadians, 10 centimeters, 3 inches. They had not heels, just the whole bottom of them was that thickness. That's what I'm thinking of because these are just a stack. And I ended up catching my foot on the edge of a curb and flying down 7 cement steps and splitting my entire face open. So,
oh shit! Did you think about not?
No, yeah. It was a whole thing. I just want you to know right now, right here, right now, in this moment, that I'm gonna admit to one thing. It looked like somebody cut a softball open and slipped it under my eyelid, and I still flirted with my attending doctor. Will always remain one of my personal highlights in my life.
Oh, good. Excess vitamin B is just peed out. That's good to know.
It wasn't shameless. He was cute and he was taking care of me. Oh, the look on his face. And then when I went to the I went into the bathroom to go pee and saw my face, and I was like, wow, I was really pushing it.
Can we get those in freedom units? I mean, she gave you the translation. Come on, keep up, everyone. We're not repeating ourselves.
I told you. 10 centimeters, 3 inches. All right, here we go.
I think real quick, you would benefit from listening to famed, acclaimed podcast, Hey Riddle Riddle, because hearing the trials and tribulations of Aaron Keefe would make you feel better about the things that you've done, because truly there is no person in the world before I listened to that podcast who ended up in more sitcom-y situations where they were embarrassing themselves than you.
Really? Because I feel like it's me.
I thought it was you until I started listening to HRR, and it turns out there's one woman who is more that.
I just don't know, man. I was turned around by the Coast Guard on a log boat in the middle of the ocean.
Listen to it.
Wow. All right. You know what?
Like, I'm not going to repeat another entertainer stories on here. Anyone who wants the most disaster-prone person, listen to Hey Riddle Riddle.
I'm going to do that. I'm hoping to not become the most disaster-prone person. So, yeah. Yeah, love to know what 10 centimeters is, but I also said 3 inches.
Yeah, that was also given.
It's like Blackbeard's boat. Imagine if Blackbeard's boat was one log, less big, and just had a child sitting on it.
Yeah, imagine Blackbeard is one child on a log and you've got it.
Yeah, and is taking himself to his favorite candy store in the United States from his small town in Canada on a border.
Yeah, Blackbeard's quest in this one is to get to a candy store.
Candy. You're done. You've got it. Some of the art, by the way, on the cover stories are so beyond right now. I am loving the cover story art. Even though they gave Robbie just one stocking on one of them. And
I mean, we did spend like last episode 20 minutes talking about one picture of Bellamy.
To be fair. Oh, to be fair, if you're an American, watch Letterkenny and just do it. I'm right.
We are on the Rex today.
Yeah, just do it. You will say later on, thank you, and I will say you are most welcome. To be fair, that picture was deep AF, and it really told us a lot about the person and the journey that he gone on. I have no qualms about what we did there.
Yeah, no, in retrospect, I think about it and I'm like, damn, did we really let Bellamy sit in the top characters of the arc for one picture on a cover story? And yeah, no, we live in that world now.
Yeah, no, you have to. You too. That's
it's a law. It's mandated.
And is that what you appreciate about me? False sense? Okay. I love Minotoma, the man who built Kaido's mansion. Why? I can't put nails up my nose. And it upsets me. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I like the little dude because I like the nails up the nose thing. I really just do.
Hey, look, where else are you gonna hold him?
Yeah. He's just a little side dude here. But if I was gonna talk about side dudes, can you remind me that I liked this kid later on? Thank you, Nom
the Carpenter?
Yeah, that's one of the ones I like as a side dude. I'm going to do this from now on as I'm going through, if I'm finding minor little characters, because I forget all the shit-ass time who the people were, and then I get to the end and I'm like, who? Oh, you missed a pet the boy. So now you have to do it twice. You have to pet him twice. It's called tax. It's interest. That's not on me. That's on you. Yeah. So if we're going to do it, we're going to need to talk, we're going to need to mention a few along the way so that I can remember. So that's my first will. Gale's up here in the Windmill Town? Yes, he did. Somebody got all pissed off at me. Kid was telling me they were all pissed off and read me the thing that I didn't talk about Don Quixote when we were in the, and we did, we kind of mentioned him. But I don't always try to lean into the things that should be super obvious. Like, obviously, it's Don Quixote. Like, everybody knows the Don Quixote. So I kind of lean in usually to things that other people might not talk about.
I also, for whatever reason, Don Quixote is talked about less in Canada than most countries.
I feel like we talk about it a lot.
Well, Really? I did so many lit courses and literally none of them touched on Don Quixote.
Really?
None of them.
We talk about it in school. Like I talk about it in
Really?
English
Oh, I
classes.
did a ton of English lit courses in high school, and I learned about Don Quixote because of One Piece. Like it just
I
wasn't
think that's
touched on.
interesting because I think it's teacher to teacher. You don't have to talk about certain things, and I love talking about Don Quixote. I'll speak about him again next year when I'm teaching English 12.
Interesting.
I'm excited to teach English 12 again. I kind of wanted to put an English in there, so I was excited when they were like, yeah, go back to your roots, do some English. I want to go down. I don't want to talk about that. It's also kind of an interesting thing in all of these ones that we have, because you know in China when you go in the water and you have all the beautiful cliffs that are just tall and thin and then have trees on the top and you're just like, oh, it's so cool. And
Yeah,
then
I
they
played
use
Mists of Pandaria.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I played the Mist of Pandaria. And then you
Yeah.
come here and you have the ruins in Curry and you see in the background all the time the factory sitting on top of those cliffs. And you're thinking about like how to truly show environmental degradation is to have something that when we think of it as being this beautiful, incredible environmental moment, one of those miracles of nature that you're so excited to see. And then here, those, you don't even think of them that way at first, but then when you stop for a second, you're like, what are these reminding me of? Ah, yes, that. And it's kind of like calls into something that should be so beautiful and such an environmental wonder, and instead it's factory bullshit, which is a really good way of highlighting that.
Hey, I know
Go
I've
ahead.
already done this like 13 times today. Am I allowed to briefly go off topic?
I don't think you've ever done it, so you should.
Okay, yeah, I've never done
Pop
it. You're right.
off.
So I've been thinking lately about how because climate change is a true existential threat to humanity, there is too much profound fear and discomfort with it for most writers to actually tackle it head on. And the thing that kind of made me think about this was I was listening to SCP Stories, which is a shared fictional universe that writers work together collaboratively on to have anomalous creatures and objects held by a secretive government agency that's trying to keep the world safe. And most of the stories you'll listen to for it are dark and horrible and end with a very, very grim, solemn note. And the one about climate change wasn't able to keep that vibe. And at the end, had to have a weirdly upbeat and hopeful ending. And it just kind of highlighted for me this profound discomfort people have with addressing climate change analogies because of how genuinely scary they are. Like, I think about how everybody could acknowledge that the White Walkers in Game of Thrones were a climate change analogy, and they just kind of melt away. They aren't treated seriously. They're just a thing that
to be fair,
hand
they melt
wave
away
is
because
fixed.
of climate change, and so yeah.
Oh my God. They are hand wave just kind of fixed, you know?
Yeah.
I think like climate change is something that there's just such an actual fear for that a lot of writers who start to tackle it with a metaphor feel the need to make it safer and less hostile than their other threats are.
I've done the opposite. So in philosophy class, kids have been broken into thirds, and each one of them has to build an entire nation. Mars has been terraformed, and it's half and half. And then 1/3 of them are left on Earth, and Earth is so massively flooded that we can't have any more than 1/3 on there. And I made them go there in the year 2550, and they had to go through a whole thing about all the stuff they would have to do after all climate disasters, and they all had to come up with it. And then they've had to rebuild society, determine what politics they believe in, how they rule, et cetera, et cetera. And it's been wildly fun and interesting. But we went off deep, hard, and scary into environmentalism about what would happen to the Earth. Because you just gotta.
Guys, I know the writers sucked, but even, I'm not saying it's because they wrote bad. Think about it. The final seasons of Game of Thrones, while they wrote both just as bad, did take Cersei and Daenerys more seriously and put more time and effort into their solution and the repercussions. The White Walkers kind of felt like they just happened, and I think there is genuinely a discomfort and fear of the topic that makes people tackle climate change analogies
I think more
differently.
kids writers do it. Like if I was, we can't go off on this tangent too long, but I think if I was thinking about it, I think kids authors or teen authors or youth authors do more with climate change than adults do.
Interesting. I could see it. I could see it.
Because I can think of like eight series off of the top of my head.
I don't know how people seem to be getting the vibe that I'm saying people aren't afraid of climate change. I'm saying they are so afraid of it
that
they are struggling to actually tackle it in media without adding a little more hope than they otherwise would.
Yeah. Yeah. I found out that all of Duncan would be flooded. We figured out the final thing and Duncan is gone. And I'm kind of high up on a hill. And apparently there's only like one tiny space in our area that would still be there.
That's fun.
That was wild. All right. Can I talk about the sycophant?
The sycophant? Which sycophant?
Yasu.
Yasui? God, love that guy.
Yasui is like... Immediately, as soon as I saw him, I was like, I love this man. And I don't know why, but there's something about him. I just love this man.
He's so immediately lovable. I love Zoro being so fed up.
But I think the reason that I loved it immediately is putting him beside Zoro, having Zoro be the wandering Ronin who's lost out in the hills, being like, what the hell? And he's just wandering his ass around with someone going, well, how kind of you to tell me to shut up. It's a clever way to spare my throat from the rigors of speech. I thank ye warmly. What a hunk, what a stud. The girls must never leave you alone, my young friend. I was just like, and the murderous look on Zoro's face as he's looking over at him. Listen, I appreciate you paying for the studio. No, don't be a fool for thanking me. I was like, I love that we put these two characters together for our first real meeting of this dude, like really thinking about him, because it is the perfect juxtaposition. His bouncy steps, his merry tunes, the lilt in his voice of song, stuck next to the absolute progressive stoic walk of the hunched shoulder, bedraggled lost Ronin. It was stunning. I loved it. And then to find out that there was not going to be any subterfuge, like the more that I think about Dr. Vegapunk, is he good? Is he bad? Is he good? Is he bad? Is he a triple agent? Is he a double agent? Is he a double triple agent? Whose side is he on? We have that happen all the time. We had that happen a moment ago with our Momo's sister. And so we always switch sides in this. But this dude, immediately, I was like, if you make him anything other than what he is, I'll be so pissed. Just let him be this. Now, I want to point out that Oda did a thing. He let him be this, and then he killed him. But he did let him be this.
Yasui was only ever Yasui.
I love this character so much. I was like, this is a pure delight. I love the way that he talks to people. I love that this is a choice. You know, you don't find that out right away, but I love that he chose this, even when he's alone with a brand new person who he has no background with. He still chooses this. And he died in the same way that Roger is said to have died, and that Luffy would have died. He died with a smile. He died without any negative feelings about who he is or how he did things, and he made the choice, which I think is an important thing to remember. He died like a D. He really did. I know Movie Besu, Leftover Town, hanging on the Captival's front. Oh, he's so great. I love him so much. Okay, I'm moving on. I'm okay.
He's so great, though. I get it.
It's just, they stuck him on there. Like, I understand the idea of the crucifixion, and you had to put in that imagery, especially in this time period. Since the curtain is closed, that's a really good reminder of bringing in a certain imagery that they were trying to kill, but it was still like, no. Couldn't we kill someone I like less? I'll give you a list. I have a list. As someday it may happen that a victim must be found, I've got a little list.
You've got a little list?
Of society offenders who might be underground and who never will be missed.
They'll never will be missed. Hit me up. Who's on the list?
Okay, right away. The 8 dragon head, crappy person,
So
the wet caribou.
I get to critique each of yours. Let me critique these two. I don't think there'd be much emotional impact for the audience. I don't think that would be seen as a devastating Act 2 death.
Now, hear me out on this.
Uh-huh.
What if we have them save a kitten and then kill them? Do you hear me now?
Yeah, give him redemption. Give the caribou redemption, where we find out he was doing all this to pay for his sick sister's operation.
Yes, then kill him.
Hey, can I mean, this is a little off topic. Can I go a little off topic?
Hey, pop off. You never go off topic. It's about time you did.
I never go off topic. For fucking ever ago, back when talking about how movies are wrong about stuff, how it should have ended, made one for Spider-Man 3, and they have Sandman talk about how, oh no wait, I have a sick daughter, that makes it okay for me to do crime. Hey, guess what? If society is failed enough that there is a small child who could be saved with medical treatment who will not be because of a medical system that won't pay for it, Sandman is fully in the right for using his superpowers to steal money. How it should have ended, fucking, I'll take you on, motherfuckers. Y'all past your prime. I'll kick your ass on this subject. He is in the right. He did deserve to do crime. Sandman deserved to do crime. I just destroyed my mic arm trying to do that bit.
You know, I'm on Sandman's side, obviously. Really feel like all he's doing is talking about real things. I mean, as we all know and love, tuberculosis is a thing that is only kills the poor. So Sandman wanted to come in and help all those people. Give her.
Alright, I'm back. I can hear you again.
Oh, I said a bunch of things. I found the One Piece, but I'm not repeating it.
Oh, that's cool. Everybody else gets to know probably, unless it wasn't working for them because my audio was broken.
You know what? It was a really emotional moment, and I think all of us had a really good time in it, but I don't think that we could ever talk about it again. So nothing happened. Don't worry about it.
I missed out. Shame. My mic is so much closer now than it was. I did not manage to hook it up in the same spot.
Yes.
I'm glad to know I can't die of a vitamin B12 overdose.
Did you look it up?
No, a chatter said that it's one of the vitamins you pee out really easily.
That and vitamin C. That's why it's so bright in the toilet. Oh, that's so weird. Because now that I think about it, I had a whole bunch of B12 before I come on air too. Maybe the secret to a good time is vitamin B.
So here's an interesting thing though about the vitamin C thing and why you probably shouldn't have 700% of your daily dose of vitamin B anyways. The dude who popularized vitamins as like a health thing was like, I bet a massive overdose of vitamin C would be so good for your body you'd be unkillable. And he led a study over time where he tried to have everyone have way too much vitamin C. And the results were that the cancer rates in the vitamin C overdose crowd were so much higher than normal that they had to shut down the study for being unethical.
Interesting. Hey, you know what I want the editors to do? I want the part where you come back and go, I'm back. I'll be like, we found, just before that, them to go beep. And then I'll be like, that beeped part is where the One Piece was revealed.
That's so good. That's the, yeah, we should.
Yeah, it's an absolute. It must happen. Did we meet the little, did we meet the dried up Mochi who is saying, after all, you were desperate enough to go to the pirates to buy weapons you needed to fight pirates? Did we ever meet him?
Meet who?
Okay, so we're in Orochi's castle, but it doesn't look like Orochi. Is it Orochi? Where's a little old man?
Because he's talking about. Oh, that's CP0. They just there.
That's the CP0. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you guys, because I was like, that's not Orochi.
That's Cypher.
Do we see his face, or is he the dude that was in the thing when Orabi is breaking into that room? Is he in there? Because I couldn't when I was looking in there. I was trying to find the little cane dude.
I think that's Cypher pulled the zeroth.
Yeah, but was he in there with his little cane, or was he different in that image?
Oh boy, guys, help me out.
Thank you. Anawa Banchu. Thank you. That's what I was asking. I love having people who know things, because if you look at him in his profile as a silhouette, he has a little cane that he's leaning on as a CP0. It's all a big joke, isn't it? But after the loss of Doflamingo, the arms broker known as Joker, thank you, we know that, you lost the veil of anonymity, and now you have no choice but to deal with us directly. See, that's who I'm talking about. Instead of being able to deal, now Cypher Zero has to deal directly with this dude, is what I'm talking about. Cypher Zero is talking to him. He's the Ninja Forces dude or something. It's in chapter 929. Hi, Griff.
Holy shit, I read that as Giraffe Gatsu, not Griff Gatsu.
Griff Gatsu?
You
called Giraffe Gatsu?
I did in my head. I was like, that's Giraffe Gatsu. Welcome back, Giraffe. I was about to say, and then you said it, and I was like, Mama misread it. And I went, oh no, Mama did not misread it.
No. But your Majesty, see, that's what they call him. I know you're in a weak position and I can ask for the stars, but your Majesty, we simply can't fulfill this quest. So I think it is Orochi. It's just that it doesn't look like him. He's got a little cane in front of him when he's in relief as a silhouette. Interesting. Listen, Wano is fully self-sufficient. We have everything we need. Don't our people look so happy? Oh, you are such a shit face. Yeah, I'm good. I know who he is. It is him. He comes out as the thing. I was just forgetting. That's all. I was tired when I read this chapter.
If you only look at the flower capital, everything's fine in Wano.
Yeah, you can't just do that. Just not a thing. No, I was just tired, guys, when I was reading this. I have Kaido backing me up. I knew that now. This was at the night when I... Do you know what I did to your dad? I was reading on my iPad, as one does, because it's a nice big thing. And I got CP, and then my iPad fell, and it may or may not have smashed him straight flat in the face. On the other hand, it was funny. That's all I have to say about that. Do you know what I like about the way that they showed her here? That...
Hey, I'm back.
Were you gone again?
Yeah, my mic arm started to tip and I tried to grab it and didn't catch it in time. I think it's actually on this time.
Oh, I just told you a story about how I hit your dad in the face and you didn't say anything, and that seemed odd. And then I decided, okay, maybe he's really upset about me hitting his dad with my iPad.
Yeah, no,
I fell asleep with my iPad and dropped it on your father's face. He was asleep. He woke up to an iPad. He woke up to an iPad having fallen on his face. That's how. You know,
when I list my favorite ways to wake up, that's always on it.
Number 1, iPad, fall on nose.
Well, it's not number 1.
Well, because fall on nose is what it does. It kind of tips onto face after, but like nose sticks out.
It's definitely not number 1.
Oh, okay.
But it's up there. It's up. It's like top 5.
They did such a good job in here when our girl comes in of making it look like, show how important she is and show her grace and the way that she moves. I think that they did such a good job in a still panel. I imagine they had a field day with this in the anime, with her movements and her soft hand movements and the gentle gestures and stuff to highlight her beauty as a, oh yeah, he even has this thing, obviously, as the number 1 geisha courtesan person.
I think they could have, but there's an issue where anime budget kind of needs to be split up, and generally things that aren't action scenes are where that gets sacrificed. So if I remember correctly, I haven't watched all of the Wano anime. It was animated pretty flatly.
Wow, that's too bad. I'm sorry your wife poured water on your face, hot fart.
I'd love to be sorry, but I laughed when I read that.
I actually did to myself as well. I also like the juxtaposition they show between the opulence of inside here, and then they show the tree coming over the top, and then from a distance with the dog starving and a bone of a human head and the factories and the poverty. Well done. Oh, well done. I love the whole thing. Super glad that X Drake is a double agent, but is there anyone who's not a double agent anymore?
Hawkins. I think
Okay.
Hawkins is just an agent.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration. So it goes everyone double agent, including Luffy. The big secret at the end is that Luffy was on the government side all along. And then Hawkins.
Did you know that there's actually a theory that I think is possibly the dumbest fan theory in all of One Piece? That Zoro never stopped being a pirate hunter and is raising Luffy to fame to hunt the biggest pirate.
So stupid.
It's, I think
Why
a lot of people.
No, that's just dumb. Why would he allow himself to be nearly murdered when we were in Thriller Bark? That's ridiculous.
Because he wants to pirate hunt the king of the pirates, obviously.
No, don't be ridiculous. Zoro loves Luffy. And honestly, we now know that Zoro needs Luffy, like the sun needs the flowers need the sun. Sorry, I was reading
What does the sun need? Go on.
I'll tell you what the sun needs. Needs to chill the fuck out. But not too much.
Not too much or we all die.
Take it down a little, not too much. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I like Abysso Town. I wish that they had more food. Okay, so we go into Abysso Town. We bring in Zoro. We have all these great things there. Everyone's like, oh, you're that three-sword bastard. Oh, I love you, three-sword bastard. And they... Can you imagine being silly enough to force Zoro to smile by pushing up his mouth?
In Abysso Town, everyone smiles.
Yeah. I made you, so when you do that, it's really freaky for me. Here you go, Ronan. Have a cup of nice clean water. We use the money to buy it. That's perfect, Paladin Berserker. How depressing is that? Ugh. An Abysso smile, my friend, is what gives this town the name of Abysso. I looked that up in Japanese folklore. I won't go deeply into it, but let me just tell you, it was depressing to come back here after looking up that specific type of smile.
Oh.
Ugh. At present, Onagashima, they're approaching from the southeast seas. Shoot them under! Don't you dare let that hag into this country. I am here for one thing and one thing only. I am here to tell you, way to copy Luffy, first of all. So I lied. I'm here for two things now. The next thing that I'm here for is I'm here for telling you that Big Mom falling into the water and washing up without her memories was pure delight. You gotta wonder whether or not Big Mom could have been a better person when you find out that when she gets her head hit, that her tendency was to go into be a better person. And if it's just the memories and her will that has made her the person that she is.
So I've seen an interesting thing where I find people who are binge reading tend to think this is a good, interesting bit. And people who were reading weekly hated Big Mom Amnesia because it felt like something that needed to pan out when you were reading weekly.
Yeah,
but binge readers tend to be like, yeah, it's just a funny little plot progression.
I could see that because I'm binge reading it. If I was reading this week to week and I was like, okay, she still doesn't, oh, now she just has her memory and none of that counted, I'd probably be a little salty.
Yeah, when you're reading week to week, everyone feels like it needs to be important.
Yeah, it's just one of many chapters and one of many ideas, and it's fine. I like it. I liked it a lot, actually, because I think it gave me a little time so that I got to look at who she might have been. She was so pissed at Luffy because now other people couldn't share in the food. And I think that was a good bit. I liked getting to see her as not being a piece of crap.
It's also, to skip ahead, great when she gets to Udon and is obsessed, goes into a hunger pang for, it seems like, for more red bean soup. And then it turns out it was real anger because she wanted to be able to pay back Tama for her kindness.
That's what I just said. that she was doing it for other people, that
Yeah.
she wanted to go into it. Because you were like, oh my God, she's
Specific.
going to go into a hunger binge and da-da-da. And instead she's like, no, I'm mad because I'm kind now. And I want to pay back these people who gave me clothes and did my hair and told me I looked beautiful. Have a nice night, Insomnia. I love it whenever Insomnia says good night to us and they go to sleep because they have insomnia.
Hey, guys, real quick. Ooh, this is a sneaky little side conversation that YouTube viewers aren't going to get.
Go ahead, pop off.
Remember when we talked about how Whole Cake Island represented liberalism? This is more evidence that Oda is likely, at least scholarly wise, informed by Marxist beliefs, because Marx wrote about how liberal societies, specifically America, had the potential to be a really humanist place that was for the betterment of the people, and the only thing that could have stopped it was the corruptive greed of capitalism. So if we're right and Whole Cake is meant to represent liberalism, this would be kind of a point of Marxist theory that Big Mom, if not corrupted by her experiences of people trying to use her for power and personal gain, had the potential to become a force for good. Anyways, back.
Hey, we're not talking about politics because people get really upset. Also, I don't care if people get upset. If you get upset that we talk about politics in a manga that is made about politics,
people think this isn't political.
Give your head a shake. Pull your finger out of your nose.
I'm realizing I am going to get nowhere if I try to copy Oda's shapes, and I just need to try to draw the types of shapes I can draw well for these waves. Otherwise, I'm not gonna. These aren't gonna be anything.
I really like that I told you the two things that I love, and you combined them.
Yeah. Look, this is going to be a big collage. I want to get as much of Wano as possible. I think Wano is a very special arc, and I
really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Also, can I just tell you, your art lately, primo. Hope you're proud of yourself.
I feel like my art was a little bit weak for a while. Like I wasn't delivering my best. I felt like I wasn't able to access my best for a lot of Dressrosa, Zao, Whole Cake, and I feel like I'm getting back into it. I'm feeling connected to my art more lately.
Yeah, you are connected. You're doing some stuff. It shows.
Thank you.
Tell me the other soba cocorals. There's a lot of dragons going on, but they're not real. They're dinosaur dragons. And they're kind of weak. They're kind of weak dinosaurs.
I mean, page one is like the weakest of the flying six. He's the little baby.
I would agree, but I'm not interested in him.
I like his design a lot. He looks like fucking Skrillex. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, he really does. Okay, so we talked about this before, so let's just get it out in there in the open now. When our Sanji decides to stick on his clothings and become number 3 and become using his family's Germa technology, you determined that you think that he then also becomes a less good version of himself.
Yeah, I think it's when we were talking on the phone and I was going to be like, oh, you have to understand, you have to be faced with the fact that Sanji did what you said he wouldn't do. And but I think it represents something that he gives into his worst impulses when he also gives into the easy power from his family. I think there's something to that giving into temptation begot more temptation.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because I love his suit. I love who he becomes. It's hilarious that he goes full naked into the universe. And Frankie is like, whoa, what is this? A transformation? And he gets star eyes because Frankie loves the idea of a person changing and getting to be a different version of themselves. So it was a really big deal for him. And then you have, that's the number 3 member of the Army of Evil Germa, Stealth Black. And I forgot for a minute that everybody would know that because I'm like, where's everyone yanking his name out of? And then I was like, right, he was a regular reader of the comic book, which is such a great inception moment of Oda to put a manga within a manga. Here for that all day, every day, all day. And I like also that when he changes, and do all the Germa get a mask in it like that? Like a
in their raid suits? Ooh,
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think he's the
because
only
I
one
didn't
whose raid suit
see
has a mask.
anyone else come with a mask like that. And this was made in 2019. This part coming out more near the end when we have COVID now. So I
I
thought
think
it was.
people were in the loop about COVID. I think it's just because he's stealth.
I was wondering what was going on because I was like, is he covering his face, kind of like doing a whole mask thing? Because none of the other ones that I remembered had a mask. Did
I think it's just because his name is stealth, so he's got stealth suit vibes.
2019 was COVID.
People were not talking about it yet, and not until 2020 did the conversation really
I
pick
had
up.
one of the most awkward conversations in my life that I get to live down all the time and from 2019. Once upon a time, there was a man from Japan. He works in our district, and this is why I wondered if it was from that, because he's actually from Japan, and his family was in Japan, and it was March, and we were talking around the table in the tech department about this new virus that was in China and some areas. And
I don't think it could have been March. I thought, wasn't it not spotted in like identified until like later that year?
No, it was March. I was going on spring break, and I said, and I quote, "I'll see you all after spring break, unless I get that new virus that's going around, and then I guess I won't." And then he got so pressed.
Yeah, it was November 2019 like, it showed up. I think it was March 2020 this happened.
Oh, maybe. He got so pressed, and he said to me, and I quote, "It is a huge deal, and my family are dealing with it. We've had people who are sick and in the hospital." And I was like, that is very awkward. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. And then we didn't come back from spring break because the district was shut down.
Yeah, that was 2020 for sure. 2019 is when it showed up, and that was like November. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was kind of radically unfunny.
Yeah. Now, masks for illness were everyone's right common in Japan before then. But
for years.
I think it was literally just stealth. I think it's because his name is stealth, so he's got a mask.
It's interesting because every time you go into the airport in Vancouver, especially if you have many people who are traveling back and forth, for years and years, our community who would be Chinese would often be in masks if they weren't feeling well, because they have this thing where they're just like, I'm not feeling well. Maybe I won't give this to other people. It's a strange idea. I'm moving down the page. I'm loving your glove today, by the way, Frankie. You are welcome for me noticing it. When Orabi decides to go searching for things and she's looking for the poneglyph and she's trying to find a hidden door. Oh God, sorry, Katu, that's awful. Like, awful. And then the Orochi's Aniwa Banshu. You know what? I have a person who will tell me how to say that later on.
I think it's just Oniwa Banshu. I think you got it.
Okay. Come out from behind her. I know they're ninja.
Yeah.
I know they're talented.
Yeah.
But I just find it difficult that somebody who spent their entire freaking life hiding and running and sneaking didn't hear.
If there's anyone she's not going to hear, it's a ninja.
12 ninjas.
Yeah. 12 ninjas. There's anyone she's not going to hear, 12 ninjas.
12 ninjas sneaking up behind her.
That just tells you how good they are.
I'm saying, like, great ninjas, here for them being really great, but it feels like that's a lot of ninja.
Yeah.
It's a lot of ninja. And they're just right behind you. That's a lot. Whoa, why is this doing that? Stop it. I command you in the name of commanding. So, all right.
Hey, can I go off topic here for just a half second?
You know what? You never do, so pop off.
It really bugs me whenever scholars are like, ninjas weren't real. If you look at the... Yeah, but you know what was real? Shinobi, who had clans of assassins that did, like, mercenary and spy work and trained in a martial art called ninjutsu. Literally, just because the weapons that they use in media aren't accurate and the exact things they do and we don't use the right name, stop pretending that you know better than people because you say ninjas weren't real. Yes, ninjas were not real. Shinobi who practiced ninjutsu were real. Can we fucking... How pedantic do you need to be? Like,
Yeah.
How goddamn pedantic do you need to be to say that ninja weren't real because actually they were called shinobi? Fucking. Anyways, let's move on.
Thank you very much for that. Is the reason that our top geisha slash worker of the night wears the kitty cat mask? They don't say yet where I am, but is the reason
He just likes to wear a kitty cat mask, honestly.
No, be quiet. Is the reason that she wears it, I wonder why whenever she plays that song, she always put the mask on. Is it because she's one of the few people who's capable of actual tears? And so she hides her face when she plays it because it brings her to tears, because it reminds her of her family and how the land used to be.
That and so makes a lot of sense. And we'll have to see.
She doesn't want to humiliate or draw attention to the facts that she's still capable of having her own.
For that to be the case, we would need to see a point in the future where she takes it off and is crying. So we'll see what's up.
I feel like it is.
We'll see. Because you've said that you think so.
It just makes sense. I wonder why whenever she plays that song, she always puts the mask on. And with what we know, it makes sure. It's a cool fox mask. I would just wear it for the sake of being cooler. But I think she does it for reasons.
Know Kumurasaki's deal. Yeah, and Mama said she predicted immediately on meeting her as well.
Yeah, I knew who she was as soon as I met her because there was way too many hints and you were like, yeah. But I think that's why she puts it on. I think she's trying not to rub it in the other people's faces that she's able to have a broader range of emotions and that she's allowed to express her sadness for the loss of people. And so because that song reminds her of her family, she puts that fox mask on. That's what I think is up in there. Robin holds her own against the ninja, by the way. She just... really glad that she decided to send in her little fake Robin and use a clone instead. So she knew. She holds her own. They're all like, oh, that's why. Oh, duh. Mama. You a crazy, silly face. I am. The reason that Robin didn't hear them, and you are all wrong, it's not because of how good they are. It's because she sent a clone, so she doesn't have the same senses as she has as herself.
Interesting. Okay.
She's cloning. And so when she's a clone, she doesn't have all those senses. Because I think that...
she cloning.
I think that if Robin was in there, that she would have heard something. I think her spidey senses would have tingled, if you may.
This arc is great because it highlights everybody's skills in unique ways. And honestly, kind of highlights how, like, Zoro being the strongest fighter in the crew other than Luffy doesn't really mean that much. Because while he's very accomplished... he's not really progressing their plan. He's just wandering around protecting Hiyori by accident.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't go out of his way to find Hiyori. He stumbled into her on the woods and happened to accidentally help what was happening.
Yeah, I would agree. Are we going to find out? Oh, no, you're not Susanoo. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not talking about it. It's not your business. It's mine. I'm making it disappear. Never happened. Where is this? I heard about how you summoned Kaido's Tobi Roppo to do your bidding. Why is your retribution is fierce? Well, the thing about Yakuza is once you've shared ritual cups, even the lowest flunky is family. And if your own child came home beaten to a pulp, what would you do? You look at, they're posing the same questions we are, Drawk. Why doesn't he just say the obvious thing and say, well, if it's my child, then none of these rules count and I don't have to do things in the honorable way, even if I know it's the right thing to do. It's like he does. It's like he didn't hear you. People don't listen, Drawk. Don't feel bad.
People don't listen to me. Even though I told them I'm right about every philosophical dilemma.
Yeah. I think it's fantastic that he loses face in here when he keeps talking about how these people are going to come back and that he's afraid that 20 years later there's going to be retribution made by the return of these people and that he's ready and that he's like, the 9 Scabers are so unfathomably strong. And everyone's like, yeah, but they're dead. Get over it. And he's like, and their leader, Kinemon, is the most brilliant man. And he's going on. And they're just like, what a freaking loser. He's afraid of the Kozuki. He's still afraid of them. And I love that it's wrecking his reputation. But the problem is then when they come out, it kind of builds his reputation. I also think it's... Go ahead.
The weird thing where we're watching him like paranoid loser, but everything he's saying is right. So like also, I don't know, go off, I guess.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So it turns out you're not wrong. I do like that it's ruining your reputation, even though we know everything is true. But because you suck, I like that it's hurting you. You
Yeah,
know?
you're 100% right, but also dumb bitch.
Exactly, idiot. Ghost story believer.
You fucking believe in an ancient prophecy, fucking dumb bitch. But also,
absolutely crazy that Choco ends up having the giggle fits, and you wonder what part of that is because of the thing that she ate, the smile fruit, because you know that she would cry and she'd be trying to stop, but her fear would make her want to cry more, and then it comes out as laughter, and how he hunts her down. So we're not, because she laughed at him, we're not going to get a lot into politics today because I need to read more before I feel like I have a better grasp.
yeah.
But this really felt like a South Korean moment to me.
You mean North Korea?
Or sorry, a North Korean moment to me, that he wanted to take retribution on a child that laughed at him, that he was unable to take any criticism or any laughter, even if that laughter came from a child. And then there's also kind of a North Korea moment in the way that all the people outside of the closest people next to him are starving to the point that they're willing to kill their baby.
I want us to say, like, we like to find political analogs. It's fun, and I think it is very intentional in One Piece. And I feel like there's something here, but neither of us has been able to fully place it. There's like so many things. Like, there's a few things that feel North Korean. There's a few things that feel Maoist. There's a few things that feel like Mongols or Huns. There's some things that just feel straight up about different eras of Japan, obviously. If anyone has a really good idea of the types of things that Kaido and Orochi you think represent with good examples, share them in the Discord, because I do want to look into some stuff and see if we have anything. The best I've been able to figure is I feel like in the way that Big Mom represents modernism and liberalism, Kaido represents return to nature, survival of the fittest, strength and conquest. That's kind of the
a historical conquest.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a crap if people disbelieve in him. He doesn't give a crap if they make fun of him. He just needs them to join his side to gain strength and numbers.
It's just about numbers, strength, power, military, war. Like, he is the simplest embodiment of conquest. But I love Kaido as a villain. I think that's enough for me. I think there is a lot to that. But yeah, I would really like to hear what people think. Military industrial complexes maybe, but like, it's interesting. Kaido, so something we've talked about before, I think you weren't able to come that day, is that when we're talking about political analogs, we're in One Piece, we're usually talking about social values because everything's a dictatorship in One Piece. Like, he doesn't talk about the virtue of a democracy. It's all meant to be culturally symbolic rather than like about the forms of government.
Also, feudal Japan didn't have the starving of its populace. Like, it had a couple of times where there was famine, but the famine was genuinely there because there was weather conditions and other things that made the rice not grow as well. So there was rice riots, 2 distinct times that I can think of within feudal Japan. That is not what it looked like for the people of feudal Japan, the regular people of feudal Japan. The laughter, maybe laughing at him can go in there, but when you're combining those two things, it feels a lot more North Korea than feudal Japan, because they are in a very different position food-wise.
There's a lot of things that make me feel Maoist, and someone talking about like the Soviet Russia joining up with China, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Like, a lot of things feel very Maoist, but I don't know enough about Mao to say that confidently. It's just like, from what I know, some things seem to line up, but I'm not an expert on that at all. I think there's something, though. I think there's something.
Yeah.
And also,
but also, it isn't just ever one thing. Like, my number one criticism of people criticizing me is stop criticizing me. I'm adorable. No, that's not it. I don't give a crap. Do whatever you want. My number one criticism of it is they'll be like, no, it's this. And I'm like, you understand that things can be more than one thing. I think my number one criticism of people in general is just having to die on a hill that it can only be this thing. And that you wouldn't mix metaphors, mix history, mix time periods, mix ideas, that it couldn't be like a symbology for this and also this. Like, life is generally not black and white, and it's surprising to me that people don't find gray.
Like, for me, how I talk about, like, when we talk about Big Mom being liberalism, it's why she's not just like Weimar Germany, not just the United States, and she's not even just that. There's more to it. She obviously is literally who she is in One Piece, beyond any symbolism, and that's what's first and foremost.
And I would put her more in US.
Yeah. We go into what the symbolism is because it's interesting and it's important, but like, obviously Big Mom is a person first and foremost as a character in One Piece. Like, nothing is one thing. Things that are symbolic aren't just symbolic, but I feel like there's something more to Kaido than what I'm aware of, and I'm curious what that is.
And Frostfire, we talked about how he gives off, like, I told Drawk that I feel like he gives off a Genghis Khan kind of similarity as well. But there's more there. I haven't read enough. Like I said, I've met very little of Kaido. He's terrifying. He's a phenomenal villain. But I don't feel like I've spent enough time with him yet, whereas it was interesting. I feel that he slow rolls Kaido. I feel like I'm being given Kaido in, like, sheets of toilet paper. He doesn't have a square to spare, apparently, because he's like, here's 3 sheets of toilet paper. And I'm like, those are great. Can I have a little more? And he's like, live with those for now. Whereas Big Mom, he told me everything I needed to know, like, almost instantly. You meet her when you get there, when you finally get there. And it rolls out. You find about her history. You see all the ways in which she has created her town. And she is fully in control of her own place. Whereas this one is being run by this shithead here. And because it's being run by this person, I don't feel as a reader I'm getting to know much about Kaido from that, because we find out that why did everyone have to eat the smile fruit? Because this piece of shit made them eat the Lord Orochi made them eat this. Orochi made them eat the smile fruit, not because of anything Kaido did. And so I feel like the towns are not telling me enough about it.
Whereas
I'm not
Big
finding
Mom
about
was kind of painted by her setting,
Big Mom was painted by the way that everyone interacted and what type of people were there and how it was set up. It was a direct reflection of who she was.
Definitely, there's a few things I'm going to do some reading on before we finish Wano so that I can have a better idea. But I'm interested.
Yeah, and we still have 3/5 of Wano, as this person, Bone Fairy, has pointed out. Bone Fairy! And that's why I said, like, I don't feel like I'm there yet. I feel like I need to spend some more time in it. When the fake death happens, because you're just like, there's no way that they're going to kill her right before our eyes, right? Like, there's just no way. And then when they slice into her and decide, like, no, we're just gonna kill her, I so hoped that it would be fake. I was very, very glad. Like, she's hurt, don't get me wrong, but I was so glad that they faked her death. So that's where I started to think that, what's the blue-haired dude's name who has the same hair right now as Frankie again?
I can never remember that guy's name.
I don't know. I can't remember his name at all.
What's Shrimphead's name? Why I can never fucking remember his name.
Is it It's
Kiyoshiro?
Kiyoshiro. When I see Kiyoshiro and he's here and he kills Kamisaki and puts the thing right through her and cuts crosswise across her, I was like, oh, please let that have been fake. Oh my God, you didn't see this in the colored version? Because if you want to see 2 panels that explode this in any way, looking at the panel where Kamisaki is saying, if you would prefer a weak woman, then strike me down now. I am the daughter of a samurai and I will not disgrace myself. And then he comes out in his full 8 heads of hell and he says, do not speak to me the warrior's ways. You are a glorified harlot, Kamisaki, and you are in the palace of the Shogun. And it is 2 wide, bright panels of some of the most incredible art. It's delicious looking. It's incredible. But I love that she just stands and says it with her full chest. And she's like, I will not back down. I will not disgrace myself by bending my knee on this issue. Don't try and frickin' kill a child. Bite my ass. And then when she struck down, I was just like, holy shit. So that's my hope. Now that we know that she wasn't. Oh, P.S. We have Enel blowing bubble gums with some frogs put in here, and I feel like Oda gets 50,000 gazillion requests for images. So when I saw this, I was like, "Oh my God, is Enel coming back soon?" Eminem, are you gonna help out, or are you coming after? Like, when am I gonna see you?
Look, well, look. Will he come back? Maybe one day. Are we going to the moon? Maybe somehow. Who's to say?
We're seeing him again soon. I feel like Oda's doing a little. You remember me? Get what I did there? You remember me? Because he's Eminem. Fine. You know what? If you don't get it, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. Did Eminem do a song?
Yeah.
No
Anyways.
joke. I was thinking about an Eminem song earlier because you said you made me, and I was thinking of the line "We're the ones who made you" from that one song. You know that one song? Yeah.
Is it that one song?
You know that one song? Yeah.
Okay. The snake fruit energy that's coming off this dude, if I had to be a snake, it might be an 8-headed snake.
Okay.
Because why not?
Yeah,
You know?
of course.
Why be 1 when you can be 8?
Of course we are, but that's not for a long time, Raven. You think like one snake, that's for chumps.
Okay, go ahead.
Lily has to come in the shower with me. I don't know if you noticed what happened while we were running.
Yes.
So
what happened to Lily? Is she okay?
She's covered in dirt head to toe. She was running on the mountain and she came back. She's no longer a white dog. She's a brown dog.
Someone said Echo. No, that's a different person. Don't worry. Are we ready to continue? Are we in it?
I'm back. You're can you please shut this door then? Your squishies don't want to hear about your washing your dog, yeah.
She's a brown dog.
All right, get out of here, you.
He's amazed at the color changing dog, it seems.
Yeah, well, the reason is because when they left, I was like, I'm gonna wash her later, and he was like, yeah, and then he's like, no, that shit's gonna be done right now. Okay, see, here's my evidence. He put his big sinking fangs right through the center of this person and picked him up, so his feet are just waving in the air. And he's like, why are you biting us? I'm not sure how that dude is still talking. But here's what's important. Each one of the heads can eat different people. And he's still holding Kamirasaki in his disgusting ass mouth at the same time. So if I have to be a snake, if I need to eat a snake fruit, I'll take that 8-1. You know what? Why don't we just kill him, put the right fruit in the way, and then I'll take it. I think I would do better things with it.
I feel like Boa's sisters got the rough deal with a one-headed snake each.
Oh boy, did they. Boy howdy, their snakes suck.
They got one snake each. What even is that?
Not to mention it's just not that great of a snake. His
Cobras and anacondas are kind of good snakes. I don't know.
Meh. His snakes.
I think those are up there for best snakes, honestly.
His 8-headed snake is really the snake.
You know what we need to do? We need to do a crossover with Tirzu. We need to do a crossover with Tirzu so that he can talk to us about the best Zoan devil fruits.
Okay. You know what else is very enjoyable? I don't know why they have giant koi fish. Pink koi fish they can ride around outside of the water. But they're fantastic. But what's been very enjoyable in this arc is all the airtime that Brooke is getting as a ghost.
He's doing a lot.
He is everywhere being ghostly and freaking the shit out of people. I'm loving this for him. Moving down here. So Shinobu the man killer used to be like super sexy.
Yep.
How'd she get so short? Because it looks like she also used to be taller.
When people age and gain weight in One Piece, either or, their bodies just change in ways that don't make sense because it's a cartoon.
All right, I'll allow that because she's tiny now.
The weird thing is she's actually quite big. She's just all head somehow. She gained weight and became all head. How does that work? I could not begin to tell you.
Oh, nice, Steven. Whoa.
And Hyogoro actually did like shrink. He used to be like 7 feet tall, and now he's a
I like that
peanut.
Davlin is full out like protecting her honor and being like used to be sexy. I'm loving that. I like how
PCOS, I don't know.
I really admire mature women or weapons. You bet they are. Put me in coach. I'm gonna kick some ass all day, especially if I'm in a spicy mood. You really made a mess of things, Kamerasaki. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Shiro. No, wait. See, it's a slice. It goes from one side of her all the way down and across, and blood comes out, and she falls to the ground. And I think they may not have intended this particular moment particularly, but it was obviously planned somewhat in the past, because it's impossible that they don't already have, that they're able to do that cut and perform that moment without having to do it in the past. And so for me, this is a thing where they wanted her to be dead, that in some form or another,
so
they decided
Yoshiro's on her side, and it was part of their plan for her to pretend to be dead, and that's why she insulted Orochi on purpose.
Yes, I think that she did it on purpose. And also, he does look down at the thing, but he also gives away when it's going to happen and talks about the change. So his double-sidedness is really crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how he's double-ending this, and it's very crazy.
We will have to see.
I love
Robin
it. Robin
does look horrified in that scene. I remember that. I remember Robin seeing that happen and being like, Jesus fucking Christ, what did I walk into?
She goes so hugely wide-eyed. Like, it's as horrified as it can get.
Robin's like, oh, cool. I happened to walk in on the murder of prostitute day. Great. Fuck.
And whoa, don't call her a prostitute. She gets better words. Like, I understand that.
It literally is what I said true.
It's more discerned than that. And don't get me wrong. Like, if your job is prostitute, rock on you. I wish you could pay taxes and have an above board everything. Like, that's just another type of job. But like, hers is more layered than that.
Yeah. But
not anybody can be what she is. Work is right, gamer. Work.
I mean, you can say courtesan. You may have noticed in how I've talked about certain things, tend to have a philosophy of, I'll just use synonyms. I don't care about cultural context.
Oh my God.
What?
Do you?
We're not bringing it up again.
No one's noticed today. There. Nobody's noticed.
We're not going back there.
And then I love how he has a little spaz out. I can't believe you killed her. I wanted to play with her and make her beg and break her will. Yeah, guess what's happened, bitch? It's not about you. Eat your own tail, asshat. I have anger towards him. Bigger than I thought, actually.
I think Orochi might be a bad guy.
What?
Yeah.
You know what? You're coming out with some hot takes today. 9 days remaining until the fateful battle, in case anyone is interested. And that is all I have to say about that. Carry on. You were going to say something.
No. I just hopefully the final battle goes well. You know, a lot of people come in with sides when it comes time for the big game, but I just hope everybody has fun out there.
That's what I was saying, Celia. She does deserve to be called a pretty name, even though Drawk's on his moment right now. She just does deserve to be like a courtesan. She is stunning. She is artistic. I'm gonna say she's geisha. She's art person. She's courtesan. She's something more. Okay. She's a floating village. She is the floating city.
Look, I have talked before on One Piece about my philosophy around language and the fact that I think that
34
a lot of like flavor synonyms, like synonyms that just flavor context and what your opinion of a person are, I specifically like challenging because I think it makes people realize that certain language is put in places to make you able to treat people better or worse, depending on gut feelings and emotion, and treat people in the same category differently. So I'm going to stand by calling Komurosaki a prostitute because that's true. It's real.
I want to talk about other things now. Can I go? Can I talk about some stuff on the side a little bit for a second?
Totally, yeah. I mean, you don't never go off topic, so I can excuse this one, yeah.
Okay. When I was in the university and I was taking this one particular history course on Japan, the professor was I call her Japanese Katie Lang. If you are Canadian, you'll know exactly what she looked like. And she would always say, whatever you do not do any essays on geisha. I did my first essay on the blue stockings in Japan and in England, and I compared the two things and talked about the different things that they filtered for women and what it was to be female. And then I did my second large paper on geisha. And in that class was the little redheaded girl, and her and I used to take classes together.
Yeah,
we don't know each other.
This is your anime rival. This is Mama Drawk Sasuke.
She is my rival. I still do not know her name. We took many of our history courses together. So on my history side, she was in so many of my classes. And we finished writing our papers. A week later, we're in class. They're on the pile. She hands them all out. I come in a little late. I have kids. And when I come in, she said, you did well. There was some good papers. This time there was only one A, and her and I had a massive rivalry between each other. I got my paper and turned it over, and it was an A. So I kind of let it hang over my desk so that the little redheaded girl could see not only did I get the A, but I wrote about geisha, because the title of it said geisha, and then it had a subtitle, and I was like, yeah, bitch.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Not only did I get the only A in the class, I got it writing a paper on geisha.
Mama gets to be the Ash, not the Gary, because she got worse grades than little redheaded girl at first and then won in the end.
Yeah. Oh, I only got worse grades in the very first class we took together, but then she said something kind of punchy to me about it. I didn't really care. I was
that's
like,
why you're the Ash.
Yeah, I'm the Ash. She said something a little punchy about it, and I was like, dude, I'm a parent at the same time, you twit. And then I was like, you know what? No, now it's on. Anytime we're in class together, I will beat you. So I have to say, she was the greatest thing that ever happened to my grades. I got such an amazing grade point average because of that chick. Because I cared so heavily. I'm into characters.
Yeah.
Here we go. I do not like the transponder slugs. They look like poops.
Okay.
So let's just look at them. Here we go.
Okay.
Poops.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong.
The thing is, I'm not looking at them right now. Chat, if you're looking at this right now, tell me.
They look like little poops. And they're always wrapped in something weird. But-up. They look like poops.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You can say as you will, I guess.
When our poor little sweet girl is holding it out, Sir Hatetsu, this is one of them now, and the journey has already begun. So please let the others know. Absolutely not, Okiku. Come back at click. When she's holding it out two-handed in front of her, it just looks like she's holding up a stick poop, and it's a bit uncomfortable. I know that they are theoretically a shell, but I'm sorry. I'm original transponder snail, it turns out. That's my thing. I'm not poop snails.
Damn, go off, I guess.
I'm not going off. It's a minor thing.
If I have to pick any of them, underwater surveillance snail. That's my favorite transponder snail. They're so cute.
That's your favorite? Underwater
surveillance snail, yeah.
Surveillance snail. Okay. Okay. Sure. I just really like a snail. I used to collect snails when I was a little kid, all into one jar, and look at their little shells. Their shells are so impressive and beautiful. And then just put them back. That's how I used to handle that. And my mom would be like, did you get them out of the garden? I'd be like, no, I put them back in. That's where the food is. That's ovs. The shape of the whole land with Ibiso Town, Habu Port, Northern Graveyard, Mount Fuji, et cetera, the whole way around, looks like a bean.
Oh.
I've decided it's a red bean.
Okay.
I think it makes sense. And I like it.
All right. I'm here for it. Sometimes you start something and I'm like expecting you to talk about like a deep symbolism or like a mythological reference, and then you say, looks like a bean.
It's a little bean, and I think that's great because there's so many beans are important. You've got soybean, red bean, all the little beans that are important. So I like that they made it in the shape of a bean. You might say rice, but it's not. Get over yourself. There's a little bit of a doop doop, a little arch.
You know the little doop doop, the little pangu out there?
Chow chow, you know, that thing. So
Get
no,
some
it's
pangu
a bean.
action.
A little bean. And the 6 regions are separated by large rivers. Love that. Love the idea of all of them having a different climatic region, and that's all fantastic. I think it makes it more interesting because we often go to so many places where we have to kind of like sit inside of one weather or split it half and half, if you may. Yeah. But this one was kind of nice.
All on top of giant waterfall mountain island.
Aw, yeah, that's nice. I'm going to go down into here. I'm going to skip all of this. Ugh, because I want to go to Luffy. Okay, Luffy's in prison.
That's true about Luffy. We haven't talked about that yet. Holy shit.
That's why I want to skip. I skipped a bunch of shit. I want to talk about Luffy in prison because it's I'm just going to say it. It's fucking fantastic. Yeah. It's one of the best things that we could have seen. I don't know. I'm in 9-something, 934, 935. Luffy being in prison, it's the most adult the dude has ever looked. They glowed him up, took off a little bit of the childhoodness, made him a little harder edges, like he's not getting enough water, so his muscles are rippling. He's ready for his Sports Illustrated cover photo. And then on top of that, he turned prison and having to fight for his life with a sword circle around his neck into training. And it became a montage. And that's why I asked for the picture that's here in the picture that Drawk is making. The center is Luffy from prison when Luffy says, I've always been free. Now I own this place. Because I was thinking about how for Luffy, freedom for Luffy is agency. Freedom for Luffy is his will. Luffy doesn't understand, I don't even think, how much his will is tied to the feeling of freedom. So even when they put him in prison, thank you very much, the Wong Snow, he still doesn't feel like he's in prison. He feels like he's free. He felt like he was free when he was being killed. He smiled and he's like, I'm going to go to this in the way that I want. I'm going to do things in the way that I want. So no matter where he has been in this entire story so far, he has always felt free. And I thought this one panel said more for the will of Luffy, for his feelings on freedom, and for taking care of yourself and standing up for others and not giving up than anything I'd ever seen before, because he said right in it, I've always been free. And he means it. Is he in prison? Did you pull him aside? Yeah, he's going to work harder than anyone else. He's going to do more than anyone else. He's going to apply himself in different ways than everyone else. He's still going to push the envelope. You're going to say it's going to get him killed? He doesn't give a shit. He's going to Luffy every moment. He has always been free. All prison becomes for Luffy is an opportunity to harden himself and learn. And then when he finds the old Peanut and his amazing views of will and becoming and having freedom are there, it feeds the Peanut Boy and he comes back into who he was before, and he becomes part of the 9 Red Scabbards. He becomes something that he was before because Luffy's incredible will, his feeling of freedom, becomes the thing that feeds the Peanut. And it's absolutely brilliant.
I cannot overstate how much it undercuts all of the beautiful, incisive commentary you have by saying the Peanut.
Peanut's name?
Yeah.
Dude. And
You are a very Luffy person.
don't know if that's a compliment.
I'm just saying, he has never referred to Marco the Phoenix as anything other than pineapple.
Yeah, okay. I am, oh, damn.
I'm not wrong.
I don't know what to tell you. He's the peanut for me. Ayo, peanut. And so it was incredible for me when I saw Luffy in here with him, and they're like, put him to death, put to death, and they're chanting against him. And then the prisoners got these little things over their head that are like, I'll never forget you, Luffy Taro. This is for you, old man Hayo, is too. And then he goes, that was a valiant fight. The little peanut man Hayo says, that was a valiant fight, Straw Hat. Why are you acting like it's over? We're getting out of here. I'm training now. So when these things come off, I'll be even stronger. And Luffy doesn't see any of this as being anything but an opportunity to build himself up and become more like the person he wants to be. He doesn't see himself as being put to death. He doesn't see it as them ever being able to take him over. And then when freaking Big Mom shows up, who should, by the way, freak the shit out of him, given the last time he saw her, he was destroying her cake, then running from her, and then he became a fifth type of emperor from the fight with her, where it was declared that he was a winter. And you gotta know that that's gonna piss her off. He's not politically aware, but even he's got to know that. And he sees her come through, and he's like, "Ooh, more training." And he even says in one of the panels later on, no, we'll get there later because it's time to go into the bathhouse. We got to talk about bleeding first.
Well, oh my, more back to the bleeding. I wanted to say just like, it's something you aren't as aware of because you haven't experienced the genre before, but I mentioned to you that like training arcs are such a common thing in shonen manga, and because One Piece is a series where to push your haki, you need to push yourself to your limits and go up against something difficult and be put in dire circumstances. Oda is able to have training arcs that don't feel like they pause the plot. Katakuri and Queen, two different commanders of emperors, train Luffy by him challenging them in their terrain. He trains through battle. He does these to make himself stronger. And I think it's very funny that realistically throughout the series, Queen and Katakuri are two of his mentors, kind of, without wanting to.
They are. They might not know it, but I think if Luffy was to write his memoir one day, he'd be like, oh, those guys were great. They really helped me to find myself, and I really appreciated my time there. Like, and from the Luffy perspective, he would be like, yeah, that was a real building moment for me. I started to understand stuff. I'm super grateful. Like, he would do a full sports talk afterwards. Like, we gave it our all. They really pushed me to my limits. It would be all about how he was grateful for them.
I also want to,
like, go ahead.
No, you finish. I didn't know. I thought you weren't finished as all.
Yeah, and he would see the elephant and all the elements that he had to go to, and all the viruses and everything. He would see the entire experience as being something that he had deep gratitude for.
I want to say, depending on whether or not Charlotte Katakuri counts as a henchman, because of him feeling more like the arc antagonist in a way, because Big Mom was such a force of nature towards the end. Like, he doesn't have that much henchman energy in how he's written. Queen is my favorite henchman in One Piece.
Queen is your favorite? I love Queen. I like that even after he's terrified of Big Mom, even after he wraps her in 1,600,000 chains, and he knows, don't kill her, that won't go well. He then takes her onto the ship, and he still gives her back talk.
Yep. Like, he's terrified, but still cocky somehow. I love Queen. There is no henchman in the series, in my opinion, that has more panache, charisma, and just fun than Queen. He has so much goddamn energy. He's evil as shit. Absolute bastard, but so much fucking fun.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Okay.
God. Yeah. We're not going there yet, Tattoo. We'll get there. It's time for bleeding. And so we go into the bathhouse, and the women are hot. He does this thing though. Oh God. One of the kids in my class was reading a thing and it said something about I don't want to hear any more talk about boobs. And I was like, well, I don't know if you know this. Oda puts them in our face. But he does this thing with boobs where he puts the water and stuff way lower than the areola should be. So you're seeing way more of the boob. And I'm like, anatomically, if she stood up, her areola would be like almost under boob then.
Well, so hear me out.
I know what he's doing because it's a thing that we do with Barbies and other things where we take off their areola and we're just like, I'm letting you see this. And that's just how it is.
You hear me out on this, right?
Okay.
First of all, you're 100% right. And he's just drawing the boobs in a way that they are covering a bit to pretend. Like, I've seen people track, like, what part of the boob is covered and isn't covered and be like, Nami has no nipple. There is no place, there is no part of her boob we haven't seen at this point.
I've seen her whole boob now. She's Barbie.
You've seen every part of her boob in different panels. There is no nipple there. However...
Thank you, Sirgro.
It's funnier to pretend it's just because they all got plastic surgery, so their nipples aren't in the right place.
Whoa, weird. I think if we're going to do this, just put the nip in. Anyways, I mean, just stick it in. Why pretend that the only people with nipples are men? Are they the ones breastfeeding here? Like, what's going on? It's too late. Okay, so
they're
we
just
go in
very
here.
Small, only men have nipples. This is hey. Fabrizio, we just started Boob Piece.
Home. Oh, Boob Piece.
Boob Piece started like a minute ago.
I like to call it tit talk.
Apparently you're the legendary mom and someone's happy you mentioned their name.
Oh, so sweet. I'm not very legendary. Legendary.
You think if someone's playing a gotcha game and they pull your card, you don't have a little legendary text?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to allow that because I want a legendary text.
I feel like what I want in all things I participate in is to get good enough and famous enough and successful enough in the category I'm in that one day, if there is a manga about that thing, I'd get a little One Piece title card. That's what I want. That's the level of success I aim for. I want to be a big enough YouTuber one day that in the YouTuber manga, you meet me and there's a title card.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind if somebody was like, oh my God. I'll have to show my face then one day is the problem. And it's too much for...
Or you just become a VTuber.
It's too, but it's just, I'm too much for these people. They'd be like,
of course,
damn, how can that be a mom? And I'd be like, great question. Okay, so that man is Conjurer we're talking about. He's the only boss. Hayagoro, the flower, was still around. We could have rustled up all the samurai at once. At this rate, we'll never reach our goal of 5,000 samurai in a week. We'll be lucky to get 500. Was he really that great of a man? I love this part. 20 years ago, he was the face of Wano's underworld, and he completely controlled the seedy underbelly of the flower capital. He had clout with the Yakuza bosses in the other 5 regions and was kind to people, a true knight of the old chivalrous ways, blessed with strength and charisma. When Lord Odin was young, he admired boss Hayagaro's character. I almost hoped Hayagaro would not be gone and that we could have him be Sasuno. Sasunu. Yeah, Sasuno. So I was sad. So we'll see. Because I think that would be a great character. Oh, look, it's our little octopus boy from earlier. He's inside of the bath now. He's now a bath boy. And he's washing everyone while they all stare at the girls who are getting their bodies washed. Thank you, Susano. Susanu.
He's fun
no,
and
you
smart
guys
too.
You guys don't get to hear it yet. Oh, back to the
What do they
fights.
want to hear?
What's that comic?
Wow, dude, you know I know exactly what you're talking about from that incredibly descriptive question.
I thought
Max contributed 1,050 points to the poll to make Queen win.
Who did?
Haberfax.
You know what, Haberfax? I appreciate that. I used to be at 36,000 and 5K, and now my channel points are 22,661, and I've rebuilt them since because I insisted that one of my things win.
Queen won best Luffy mentor.
So I'm not gonna lie to you. I appreciate forcing the facts out. I'm here for it all day. Okay, it's about oh god damn it, why can't I remember it? I remembered it earlier. There's a big huge dude. He's wearing the same outfit as Queen and the striped white and black
Oh yeah. Asterisk.
Asterix.
That guy. I know who you're talking about. He hangs out with the little skinny guy that reminds me of Barney Rubble for literally no reason.
Yes, with the wings on his head.
Obelix. No, it's Obelix. Obelix.
Obelix.
Asterisk and Obelix. Obelix is the big one. Yeah, Asterisk,
Obelix and Asterix. Yes, when I saw this, I was like, Obelix, Obelix. I was so excited. I was like, you designed one right after him. And so I knew right away that he admired Queen as a character and he was going to make him juicy and delicious, because I was like, there's no way that as a child he didn't also very much enjoy reading the Asterix comics. And so I was like so touched to see Queen look like this. I'm so in. So in, Queen.
When I...
Yes, he is. Who are you thinking of, Mick Chevelle? The guy I'm thinking of is a large man, and he's wearing blue and white pants with a green belt wrapped around him. But there's a little oh my god, the dog is one of my favorites. I know it's hard to believe because I just like animals so much.
Yeah, you're infamously, you don't care about animals.
I think people are always like, you know what the problem is with listening to Mama Drawk is I can't stand how cavalier she is about animals.
She's so cavalier about animals. She's never even cared once about the animals. And I just wish animals in One Piece got their time with her the way.
And they never do, and they never will. We're back to Peanut Man. So when I saw this, I was like, so little Peanut Man is, do what you will with me, but spare this young man, I beg of you. So we're already seeing the change that's coming into him from watching what Luffy has done from him, from Luffy's generosity, from what Luffy has done with the other people. This is where we're finding that he's already getting back some of his will. And he's starting to feel who he was before as a leader and a protector. And so his leadership qualities are coming back inside of him. Spare this man, spare him, take me and do what you will with me. And he's like, yeah, no, I don't think so. You got to be kidding. And he calls him, you're kidding me. That little bean of a man is what he calls him. And I was like, that is so rude. He's a peanut.
I can't with this. I don't know why this one gets to me so much more than Crocodile Face or any of the other names you've given characters. Peanut is just, it gets to me.
You know what? Then I love it more. So I think he says, please, for me. And I already starting to feel who he is as a person and who he was before as a leader come back on. And I was like, that's incredible. And we're getting to see what happens when somebody's will is rehydrated. What an honor to get to watch this process, but what a great thing for us as readers to get to see how important Will is, because he moved from kowtowing to standing and helping to please spare him and take me. So the growth in him that's taking place is incredible. And it's so good, so juicy. I love the prison. And when we first saw Luffy in the prison, I was pissed. I was like, prison? We've done prison. And now
Luffy's been in jail a lot of times.
He's been in jail. I just want to say that just now, after I said that, I took a sip of my compliments. It was quite low, so I tipped my head back, splashed it in, and now I have compliments all over my face.
Compliments to the chef. Can I just say that I think we actually get another.
Oh wait, are you going off on the side here?
No.
Okay, carry on.
There's another character in this section who we still see the will be rehydrated of that I think we should talk about when it comes up for you. Ashura Doji.
Are you talking about dude inside of the prison who spits?
No, I'm talking about Ashura Doji, the big fat pink-haired samurai.
Ah. Yes, but that's actually late. It's very late in this.
Yes. I'm just saying
we're nowhere near there yet.
When we get there, I think we should talk about that's another case of someone being their will rehydrated.
What's Beaky Frog dude called from inside of the prison?
Kawamatsu.
Kawamatsu is an example of somebody who has Luffy will, who's been inside there for 13 years, and not once did he allow his will to deplete. Wait, is it a dude or a not dude?
It's a dude. So this is an interesting thing I've seen someone point out, that you could see it as this is unbreakable will. But I've seen an interesting take that I really like, that the reason Ashura Doji was broken down and Kawamatsu wasn't is that Kawamatsu had to suffer. Ashura Doji had to watch his country suffer.
Say that if you had the opportunity to watch your country suffer, that you had an opportunity to do more underground. Think about
but he was specifically ordered to wait, so he did.
Yeah, think about the people though who we see who work in interesting ways. If Luffy had been asked to wait and he did, he would still find ways to create influence, and he would.
I'm telling you, he would have been
chaos.
imprisoned.
Yeah, sure, okay, but he's imprisoned right now.
Yeah.
And whereas somebody being all alone and being in the dark, being given poisonous fish, and is stuck in a way where he can't break things open and still holds their will together, for me, that's more impressive.
I'm not telling you Kawamatsu's not impressive. I'm just saying, like, it's a take that I've had conversing with someone, that I think it's interesting that the one who broke is the one who watched the people he care about suffer, not the one who had to suffer more
but I think
himself.
that you could create quiet agency if you wanted to.
All right. I love Ashura Doji.
He's nickname Dope Flamingo, Peanut Wet Reindeer. Yeah.
Crocodile face wins.
It's not Dope Flamingo. It's dope. As in like
a Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson. Crocodile face is fine. I'm glad it won. Good on y'all.
So I'm gonna be real. I do have bias here because Ashura Doji is my favorite of the vassals. I just find him so tragic. Kiku's up there too. I do love Okiku.
You know what? I don't want to talk about that yet. Smoke escape.
Yeah. Cool.
Jitsu.
Cool. Where are we going? Where's your smoke bomb taking us?
To Master Queen running around on top of the stage, where I was like, oh my God, that's such an asterisk comic moment there. Yes. With his head back and his arms out on the side, when Queen is running in that way. The reason I want to go out is because as soon as they click the things around Peanut and Luffy's neck, and show them what happens to the pillar, show them the inside, and they get all upset, you're like, oh, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a real problem. That might break Luffy. They remove, and then he says this. Luffy's got this look on his face where he's thinking, okay, how am I going to continue to do what I need to do in this situation? But he's like puzzling it out. And then he says, so to make things more fair, since we're going to have weapons, no limit on manpower at my disposal, I'll remove your sea stone cuffs. And he says it all sing-songy. And what happens after that? That's a great question. Luffy goes, and I quote, "Woo! Awesome. You are a really nice guy. You pretty much just freed me from being captured." That was Luffy's reaction to that. We've both got things around our necks that can take our heads clean off our shoulders, but I feel like now you've just freed me up and I am no longer captured. Thank you very much. Hey, Balloon, if I knock you out, will you set us free? And he's just like, no, things are fine. And I found it so incredible because that's the will that we've been talking about. That's I'm going to try and find a way out. This isn't ideal. Oh, I have this one thing taken off me. Fantastic. Everything's amazing now. I'm going to change my own life. I was always free. Now I own this place. I'm going to say that to people all the time. I was always free.
I was always free and I own this place.
Yes. I like how he goes, okay, next. These guys aren't even good for practice. Come on. And he's actually getting upset. Just don't let Boss Agaro die. Understand? We need him, Luffy Taro. Ka pa pa. Okay, I asked you this and you don't know. So I need to...
Oh, Papa, this guy. It's because he's a kappa. It's a type of yokai, so his laugh is kappa because he's a kappa.
So is that the same with the dude when we were in Annie's lobby and that guy would laugh pa pa pa?
I think his laugh just happened to be pa pa pa. This is kappa because he's a kappa. Kappa.
But it doesn't make sense because that guy also said pa pa pa.
But he didn't say kappa. His laugh was just papa.
The other one was cha pa pa.
Oh, cha pa pa.
Right.
That guy,
Thanks,
yeah.
Paladin.
He's got his own thing going on.
No, I want a different sound. It's not your own thing. It's kind of still his thing. Oh, good,
Whoa.
guys. You're gonna be so excited to hear this.
Uh-huh. Is it that wet reindeer's involved?
No. We're back to the bathhouse. It's time to talk about blood.
Everyone was waiting for that, so yeah, they're excited as hell.
Now I'm going to do this in the best way you could even imagine.
All
Are
right.
we ready? Here we go.
Everyone's ready. Everyone could not be more readied.
Here comes all these people. We've got Drake and Toby Ropa from the outside. They all come into the bathhouse. That's Hawkins, the headliner from the Beast Pirates. And then he's like, "What are you doing, Drake? Why are you inside? My job is to eliminate some idiot named Soba Mask. And you go ahead and handle the small stuff." And they go inside and there's like, the girls are like, "What should we do, Shinobi? I'm sure they know about us. It's not fair that they go after us when we're at our most vulnerable." You're not really at your most vulnerable. Robin doesn't need damn clothes to do whatever the hell she wants. Naked,
No,
unnaked,
everyone else
apparently.
needs weapons or armor or whatever, and Robin's like, I am literally at 100%.
Well, literally not everyone is at their most vulnerable. Robin is just like, I have more body parts available. I could reproduce my boobs and actually smother all of them to death.
Well, I guess probably inside...
Oh my god! Does he do that ever? Does Robin reproduce her boobs and smother anyone to death?
Not as of yet.
Because that'd be funny as ass. And that's something I want to see.
Feels
that
like a very
doesn't
different kind of
count
manga.
as boob talk. So
now she does have problem using her devil fruit if she's in the bath, so she'd need to like roll out of the bath before she's at 100%, but that's not that much to do.
Or she would just need to like dry herself off a little bit and stand there naked and be like, which body part should I use? And then she would go, so attack.
I feel like
Okay,
it's
you know
funny
what?
that Robin had such femme fatale vibes when she was introduced, but is by far like the less self-sexualizing character between her and Nami.
Yeah, I think that as the time went on, if you imagine that if you met your wife because she was dressed up as Nami and then you move forward and you make Robin the sexier person, that wouldn't go over well.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense in retrospect.
That would not go over well. As the wife, you'd be like, so you're making Robin the cooler,
The
sexier
one I
girl.
didn't cosplay. Cool, whatever.
The one I didn't act out. That's nice. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Yeah. No, he did the right thing there. Okay. We're arresting anyone here who has the mark of the waning crescent moon on their ankle. I want everyone out here, even the ones at the bath. Okay, just so we're clear though, Hawkins is a gross disgusto face because she forces her to lift her arms in the air and then boops her towel down like a sick little freak. But it's amazing because all of them, the women, the men, the old, the young, she's standing there naked and it's automatic full bathhouse blood. Every single person has blood flying out of their nose across the entire room. Utter destruction, happiness, punch. And of course, Stupid Face, who we've already talked about him doing this, falls down like an idiot in his Soba mask. But now the greatest thing ever has happened in that bathhouse. That bathhouse is literally a bloodbath.
You've been wanting to get back to this just because you missed the pun on the first go, didn't you?
No, I didn't even think of it until I was about to say it.
Really? Okay, I thought that felt prepared. Okay, no, I'm shocked that wasn't like okay.
No. And so then every blood is filled with bath. Blood is on the floor. Any water that leaked out, because you know what blood loves to do in water, just absolutely spreading across every surface. The next time somebody goes in there, they're going to be like, was an entire family massacred inside of this place? I just wanted to wash my armpits. It's going to be hilarious.
Yeah, Sanji stocks did fall at this scene. We did previously in an episode have Mama say that Sanji wouldn't do that if he had the opportunity. he is given
Oh,
the opportunity
mushroom.
and immediately does it.
I am glad that you came up with this idea that Sanji is acting in the way that he would have as a Germa and that he's going to a darker side of himself. But let me be clear. I am disappointed in him. This is a mixed goddamn bath. If he wanted
You
to...
could just be in here.
Yeah. He could just literally walk in and see the naked people. He didn't have to act like a see-through slimeball prick. He could have just walked his ass in and looked at them and had a bath. And quite frankly, he's dirty. He needs a bath.
I mean, frankly, it feels like he's just worried that he's like, okay, so hear me out. Here's why I'm not going to do it. Okay, Sanji, this better be a really good explanation. I'm very embarrassed about how I am not going to be able to stop myself from looking. I'm going to make a dumb face. Can't have it.
I'm going to bleed in the bathtub. You know what? It turns out so is everyone else.
So everyone else, you were fine.
Oh, I get a star, though, for the bad smile or something.
Oh, yeah, you thought there'd be a bad smile in this. You thought the smiles would be bad. The smiles are bad.
The smiles are so bad. So I got
Smiles are so bad.
I got a thing for Sanji, and I stuck up for you, Sanji. I love that Sanji's whole mask is now covered in blood.
Does it count as a purple mushroom that you said Sanji wouldn't actually do that, and then he actually did it, and not only that, when it was pointless?
I don't know. I don't know if it's one of my predictions. I don't think
it counts as a prediction. It was just a character's trait you said about him, and
but I'm mad at him. I hate and love that he's got blood leaking all out of his nose through his black mask, and they don't let up on it. When they colorized it, every picture of Sanji in his mask is like covered in blood.
Really? This is another scene that I never watched in color. We're gonna add the straw hat. Don't you worry. We're gonna figure it out. I just don't know where it's going yet because this picture already has like
Luffy?
14 straw hats. Yeah, but they added a straw hat. That was gonna be there regardless. I can't.
I know.
I can't have someone spend money and.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm being funny.
Well, not money, but fake money. Points.
Hey, I'm being funny. Hey, I'm funny.
Hey. Are you though? I'm gonna say, as far as comedy, this is one of our top episodes.
That's saying something.
I think we've been hilarious today.
We're hilarious.
Yeah.
Don't keep my F-bombs in. Fucks are only for people here.
Fucks are for stream viewers, everybody. Stream and VOD viewers.
The YouTube does not get my fucks. No fucks given!
For my fucks, the what's up motherfuckers needs to be taken out. The rest of them, good to go. They are Gucci. They are wonderful. Everyone, all of them. Y'all can hear me say fuck all you want. It's fine.
Not me. You know what?
You're a teacher?
I'm a teacher. I'm Piers the Driven Snow. I don't want my students thinking that I just drop F-bombs all the place.
Yeah.
They need to think of me as a sweet... No, they know. They're not. No.
Early in the episode, someone was like, when we were being wild, and I think I was going off on... By the way, I forgot. You were like, you went off on a tangent. I was like, what tangent did I go off on even? Because I know I did, but I don't remember. I only remembered a little while ago when I brought it up that it was the whole I'm right about philosophy thing. Great bit. Yes. Absolutely a great bit. I stand by that
You also went off on a tangent about your energy drink.
That one felt fine. That was a shorter one.
Whatever.
We're allowed to talk about products we like. I think that's fine. But someone was like, what is this episode? And I was like, how are you not having fun? I'm having a blast. I feel like that should be carrying through the screen.
You know what this is like? It's like when you have a Zoom meeting in the deep days of COVID, and I would be in a big Zoom meeting. I once did a Zoom conference when I gave a whole detailed thing about traditional ecological knowledge. And I did this like whole big ass thing and nobody can say anything. And there were some questions going to other people, but I couldn't see them. I was on a full screen. Talk about just screaming into the dark. And then at the end, everyone was like, that was great. And I'm like, yeah, I was getting zero vibes off of you. This is just like you and I just having a crazy ass conversation. I'm so grateful for the squishies down the side. We're interacting. Otherwise, it's just two crazy people saying nutbag things.
Look, we are still in Wano. For the person who asked, this is Wano. We're talking.
Are you kidding me? We're only in. I have 3 more freaking arcs of Wano to read.
Well, yeah, there are going to be 3 more Wano episodes, and then a tier list retrospective before we head into the arc that was just starting when you started reading. Seriously.
From the grave of the legendary samurai Ramu, the famed...
Sorry. Ramu.
To where
that is Ryuma.
Ryuma. It was
There we go.
most callously stolen. I know. Yeah, and I know that too because I always say Ryuma are all the dragon ones in the different things. So I do know that.
Yeah.
Then be smart and turn back, or else I will take the other 2 katana on your belt as well. You a weapon collector? What do you know those weapons for? As it happens, we could use a whole bunch of them right now. I enjoy the fight on the bridge between what ends up being a fox. Aww. Wait a minute. Drawk, did I ever tell you about how I feel about animals?
I think you dislike them famously. I remember you saw some snails earlier and you said, these snails look like shit, and I'm not speaking figuratively, and I can't stand them, and I wish they were dead. And I think you followed that up by saying, you know, I'm just not an animal person, and that's why I hate these snails so much and really dislike them.
I'm going to ask you to take that back. Just because they look like poops doesn't mean that I don't love them. They're still animals. They are just animals that look like poops, and I prefer the other ones.
All right, I'll take it back.
Even though I prefer Dr. Pepper because I am intelligent and like the better soda, doesn't mean I don't like Coca-Cola. I don't like it very often, but every once in a while.
Once in a while you get a crazy Coke craving, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, and if you can get just the right mix with some small ice cubes, that's all I have to say about that.
Unlike a certain congresswoman, when asked to rescind my statement and apologize, I will do so.
You will do so?
Yeah, I will rescind my statement and apologize.
I really like that the kitsune are protectors of an area and shrines, so it makes sense that the fox would actually be this little dude and the fox would come to him because they have such an important cultural meaning in Japan. So I was like, pop off. And I'm really sad that I'm not going to get to see Nice Mama ever again, Nice Big Mom, because Nice Big Mom was really pleasant. I enjoyed her a lot. Wait, Papa Drawk, did you use the conditioner on my puppy?
Shampoo, conditioner, and brushed her. Not sure what.
I'm gonna
go away.
I'm gonna do something I literally don't know if I have time for, but I think this is so necessary for the composition to be good that I'm going to do something fucking insane that might make it. I'm doing something insane that I genuinely don't think I have time for today in the episode, because I've realized the composition would be so much better if I made a change. So bear with me as I possibly ruin the piece, because I realize way far ago when I realized I should have done this, that I should have listened to my instincts.
Oh no. What's going on? What's going on? Okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Worry a lot.
That's awesome. You know what? You know what, Drawk? Listen to me right now.
Yeah.
Hear me now and believe me later.
How is it that that is one of the funniest things you've ever said?
I have something for you.
Uh-huh.
It's called faith.
Thank you.
I have faith in your abilities. You got this. Okay.
Hear me now and believe me later is so fucking funny.
Here we go. Here we are. We come back to Luffy Luferson, still in prison, and he's like, I'm Luffy. I'm in prison. I'm trying to do my training. And he's like, that's still not right. Rayleigh knocked the elephant back without touching it, but he did it lighter. Rayleigh, Straw Hat fellow, who are you? Just imagine you're wearing invisible armor. The first time he showed me hockey, it was like really off the charts. If I could learn to use it, and I just love it, because it's like he's oblivious to everything that's taking place around him. He's oblivious to how much danger there is, or how he's being used almost like he's in a coliseum and he's entertainment. He's fodder for their enjoyment. He doesn't see it like that at all. So he's not, because whether you believe whether he believes he's free or not free, he's right. If he believes he's a prisoner, he is. If he believes he's not, he's not. And so he sees himself as being free, and he sees this entire thing as being set up more for him. And then he's like, another bowl. Yes, sir. How many bowls of Irshiruku have you had? Don't question me. It's like oxygen to me. And then he goes, and I brought plenty along, but not for sharing. It's my favorite and it's all mine. And then Luffy's standing there and he goes, okay, next. And he's just like, kind of thought about how he used his haki last time. And he's like, okay, I think I'm going to make this little change. I'm ready. Send a new one in. And it's so cool to see Luffy's commitment to I am free and you're all here for my entertainment and my training. I'm not here for you. If you want to watch it, I mean, join. I'm hot and I'm on fire, but you're here for me.
You are literally here to be used by me, not the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Luffy literally, this is so true, Zay. Luffy gives off main character energy non-freaking stop. Everywhere he goes, people want to know who he is. So he tell him, it's me, Luffy. Yeah, that's how I feel about that. I like how Zoro is so caught up on his need to get his sword back because I feel like Zoro feels the way about his swords kind of that he feels about his crew to a lesser extent. In that they're an extension of his crewmates. They've been together. They're part of who he's become. I think that he maybe doesn't know how much of his haki he's maybe already put into them. And so I do feel like it makes sense to me that he would have this deep connection. It's also really important, though, that he does give it back and that Oda was able to be like, dude, it's inappropriate to steal shit from people when it's an important part of their culture. Quit being an absolute knob.
Granted,
you're
he's
not
not
getting
the one
it.
who stole it, but he
agreed.
didn't keep it.
Agreed. But if I found out that I had a piece of Egyptian culture in my home that I thought was just something that I picked up on a thrift store and they were like, no, it's important, I'd be like, my bad. Here you go.
This goes a little bit further into a theme that I want to talk about later that I feel like we don't have the space for, but there's something I want to get into that chat mentioned really, really quick, which is someone said One Piece ran for 18 years. I'm just realizing now they ran that long as a shonen manga before having a tournament arc. Something you wouldn't be aware of is a big thing in shonen manga is tournament arcs, where the whole goal is to win a tournament. One Piece doesn't have a tournament arc. The Dressrosa Coliseum, it doesn't work like a tournament arc. Tournament arcs are about the tournament. This isn't a tournament arc. And I know you know that and you're joking, but I think there's genuinely something important to One Piece not having a tournament arc because I want to focus on something else One Piece doesn't care about. Goku cared about becoming the strongest fighter under the heavens and winning a tournament. That was a thing that mattered to Goku as a person. Okay? Naruto had a tournament arc. Yeah, we're all, don't worry. This is the context will be enough. Naruto cared about becoming the Hokage, a official role within his culture. He had to do a tournament arc for licensing. Deku cared about becoming the greatest hero, a thing there was official rankings for, and he cared about getting into the school that would let him what's his name? Demon Slayer boy cared about getting into Demon Slayer Society. Granted, for a broader goal, you have all of these characters who care about things. The thing that's so important about One Piece is Luffy doesn't give a shit about anything that depends on someone else giving him a title. He doesn't care about the authorization of others to any extent. A tournament arc in One Piece couldn't work because Luffy doesn't care about an official pathway to get what he wants. If someone has something he wants, he goes about the path to get it. It's that simple. Hunter x Hunter's license was had a tournament in it, and I think feels kind of tournament arc-esque. I'm not saying that One Piece is the only shonen manga that can avoid this, but I think it's important to what One Piece is that Luffy doesn't care about anything that requires a specific authorization, any formal recognition of what he is. He cares about his goals that matter for him. He cared about Ace's fruit, but he didn't care about the tournament. The fight didn't matter. He wanted a reward, a tangible thing, and if he could have stolen it by another method, he would have.
Interesting.
I think it's just important to how One Piece is, that Luffy defines success for himself.
That was an excellent pop-off.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm moving on.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we've got our sweet Chickaboo with her little friend. She's bleeding all over the place. So Zoro, of course, stops because he sees the blood going everywhere. I'm not saying anything about your tournament arc. I know nothing about it, so I'm moving on.
Yeah. No, we're moving on. That was for the one chatter.
That was for the chat. And then when you've got the piece with read the room, man. You and I were in the midst of a duel. I know. I'll get to you. Jeez. And then we got You're the criminal Zoro, yes? Why are you protecting those women? Kamazu, the manslayer, wanted man in the flower capital. And they have their big ass fight here. I was like, I don't know what this is going on to. Kamazu the manslayer is fine. He's a good character. I like him as his other character more, but whatever. I like that the way that Zoro takes the hit is by putting it inside of him and then contracting his muscles and holding it in him so that he can win. Pretty good battle. As far as battles go, if you're going to do something, holding the blade in you so that you can win is not terrible. Pretty good. It's important to do it in front of the guardian of weapons because it showed such mass integrity. You stopped what you were doing, stopped the fight that you were having to get back your sword in order to care for two people who came and were unable to fight on their own behalf. And then B, you were able and willing to take a huge hit for something in order to make sure that they won. And I think that that was a really important thing to do in front of the Guardian so that the Guardian was able to see the character of Zoro. Here's my question. When we see the flashback to Dude collecting all of the swords and being willing to take a bite so that he could continue to collect them, and it was a pure fox.
Yeah.
I'm questioning, did the fox eat a human fruit, or are they implying that the fox was also always a god? Because
guys, is this one answered in the SBS? I feel like this is one that's answered in the SBS so we can say it, but it might be answered in the text. I feel like if it's SBS answered, we can just say it. Okay. Kaido answered, so yeah. He ate a mythical human fruit of a shrine guardian.
Okay, that's very important. So he's a fox, ate a mythical human fruit.
Yeah, it's an SBS answer. So
because I didn't get to do a lot more SBS because I just I'm doing preparations for things and finishing.
You are doing a lot at the moment.
Our movie is almost done. I just became the president of our nonprofit society for Qualcomm. A bunch of shit is happening. So I was like, we're not getting to spend as much time in the good old SBS this time, so I'm going to make sure that somebody else said good old at the same time as me, because there's a delay. That went nicely. Thank you, El Prelude.
Also, everybody, the Grand Line's not a tournament arc. It has a lot of similarities. I'll go into why. It can be its own video, but I disagree. You're welcome to your opinion. But also, I said I'm right all the time, so I guess I got to commit to that bit. Let's move on.
I was just going to say, you think people are welcome to their... Thank you. I don't
what bit I was running today, you know?
I don't need more things. I don't need to be a president. I was already the vice president, and that was more than enough. This is not a thing I needed, but
yeah, if you need a break, the audience will live.
I think we should change to Sundays is all. We chose this coded symbol. We are now in the flower I don't want to be here.
You don't want to be in the flower capital?
No. I don't want to be here. We're about to do something and I don't want to do it.
Oh, yeah, we're about to have a bad time for Yasui, huh? I'm gonna poll if Saturday viewers could make Sunday, because if enough people could, we could just move to Sundays. And it would give me a reason to start doing alert notifications on YouTube again, because then we're committing to a new audience. So
Sundays just work out so much better for me because Saturday's the day that I have so many things that I have to get done. It would give me more time to spend with the manga is what I was thinking. It would allow me to legitimately spend the time I want to, because Saturday is when I finally take a breath. Okay, here we go. So we're in the capital. And he goes, look, this is all the rage in the capital. In fact, I had thrills running up and down my back. Is it true that there's a great battle brewing? Oh. No, I don't want to. Oh, good. We left. We're not killing him right now. We go back to our kids out there, and she completely hurts his arm, and we find out, yes, indeed, she is the sister of Momo, which I already knew, so it wasn't a big honking deal. When she said, Kazuko Monosuke
Momonosuke.
Momonosuke. His name is one I have never said right.
It's not Momonosuke.
Momonosuke is a name I have never said. You know
just
what?
did it.
Oh.
Like, it's Momonosuke, but the suke can just be eaten. You can just devour that suit and just ske, and it's fine.
Momonosuke.
Okay. Momonosuke.
I need to make a thing. I'll do it
You can
later.
just call him Momo.
I do. And my name is Hirori. And then she sits there, Hirori. And then she sits there and looks with her beautiful, beautiful eyes at him. And I was like, I already knew that. But you would be a really good partner for Zoro in a way. Like, Zoro would need a partner who is either very much like her, because she's intelligent. She's been taking advantage of all those men who are terrible, awful people who deserve to have their luck be terrible. I sold my family. And also, she has a lot of softness in her despite all the very difficult things that's happened to her. And I think that that would make a very good partnering for Zoro, because he really struggles to have softness in him. And he was learning how to not cut the piece of paper, remember? And that was such a very difficult thing for him to do. The hard and the attack is easy for him to do. But I think one of his weakest areas that he's going to need to learn in the future, and I'm hoping he does it with his new sword. I was thinking about this when I thought about why she would make a good partner for him, that he has to learn to have more finesse and control in the details and the smallness of his sword, and that hopefully that is somewhat softening. But she would make a great pair for him because of her softening. And so I think they would make a really good relationship. But he'd also be good with somebody like Robin, who is just a person who's out on their own. That reminds me a lot more of Rayleigh and Shaki in the fact that they come together every once in a while, but they have very different, very evolved lives on their own and don't need to have that like deeply bent into each other relationship.
Look, I have a ship for Robin, but we can't get there until the 4th episode of Wano.
Okay. So Hirori, it would be, I know she really likes him, but he kind of seems to be immune to her in a way. But I think it would be a very good match. And I think it would improve him as a swords person. Yes. What is that about?
When we talk about Zoro, I just keep needing to do the Zoro whistle because it's a cool song.
Is that his whistle?
Yeah, it's you know how that we watched the anime, there was all like the little cutaways that have a jingle, and each of the Straw Hats have them. Zoro's is a whistle that goes well, it's more of a, I just whistle it, but it's more of like a little riff, and it just goes do 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 do, and I don't know. Just sometimes when we talk about Zoro, I can't help but whistle it.
I like it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
When they go into the details all about the past and how she was raised and what had to happen to her in that 20 years, I felt really bad for her, especially when she said she had to leave them because she didn't want to take any more food from his mouth, and he was growing weaker and weaker. That's so damn it. Are we here? No. Are we here? Yeah.
You are so afraid of what's going to happen to Yasui, huh?
Every time I change over, I get nervous because I really,
we're going to have to talk about Yasui.
What, do we? Could we skip over it? We talked about how it happened already. Is that no?
Let's keep going.
So he continues to fight. People fight with him. He continues to think about the different things. I can't believe we're not going to say that color is actually going to be a thing every time. And I know it was the same color of armament hockey I can use. Yeah, but the same color of armament hockey implies that there's other colors of armament.
No. What he it's like he's saying he can use the same force, the same force choke as I did. categories of hockey are called color of blank.
Color of,
It's called,
yeah, but
it's called
it
color
feels,
of armament. So he can use the same color of armament I can. It's just
I'm
the
just
name
saying,
of the
if
category.
I'm Oda, I
Yeah.
turn around. This is what I'm trying to say. If I'm Oda, I turn around and say, oh, you thought that I was just saying this? No. And then I make it actual color.
Look, I'm not saying it's impossible. I am saying there is a linguistic interpretation of why it happens.
Yes. I love that we don't see much change, and he's still talking about how he's not enjoying. Oh, these people, if everybody voted, said that they don't mind Sunday.
82% of people are good with Sunday. I think with the amount of new people we could get on a Sunday, that's actually pretty fine. And since it makes your life better, I think we'll be doing Sunday next week, guys. We'll do a big announcement so that people know.
Oh, guys, you have no idea. That will change my life in such a delightful way.
For the 18% of you who can't, I'm very sorry. I hope you enjoyed the VODs.
I think we should do one more Saturday and ask one more.
Sunday's really
people.
bad for Europeans. That makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. I think we should do one more Saturday and make sure we're asking, because monster truck Sundays, because we need to. Okay, so as we're going through and he's talking and he's learning, we're not seeing a lot of change in Luffy's work and his progression. And then all of a sudden, you're a prisoner in the midst of a sick execution grade, and you say you're training. You keep holding back your punches and saying that it's not right. What in the world is he doing? And it's from this moment on that once the Peanut knows what's going on, Mr. Peanut knows what's going on, that things change so much. A good katana will cut through steel when you want it to and will not break a sheet of paper if you don't wish it so. That's what Zoro needs to get to. P.S. I can't believe it was right here. It has to do the desire of the swordsman. And that's what I'm hoping we're going to get to see. Oh my God, please tell me that now that Zoro has got this new sword, that we're going to get to see him work with the desire. Oh, we will. For sure we will. Because we saw his whole arm go black.
Yeah, because Enma was drinking his goddamn juice.
Yeah, get out of here.
Enma's doing her best smoothie cosplay and taking a good sip.
And so then we do find out, however, that Luffy already has learned to have more farsight and is seeing into the future already at this point. And he's telling the old man, duck down here, move here, do this. And then boom, he shoots out his hand and he knocks the llama backwards and the llama goes flying. And Luffy's like, you knocked him back. So this is the moment where we're now starting to see him regain his actual will. And I think from the moment that he uses his haki in this advanced method, from this moment on is where he remembers who he is and his will fills him, and he changes, his looks change, his face changes, everything about him changes, and the way that people in the prison change the way they see him. And you can see it because there's a panel where he turns around and he's huffing and his face has much more resolution to it. And he goes, if that's what you were hoping to do earlier, then maybe I can help you after all. And he now understands, yeah, I can help. I still have a ton of things to offer. I'm still an incredible person. I have all the strength. And Luffy is like, yeah, that's it. Teach me how to do that.
I also want to say that this whole bit here reinforces our interpretation of haki as something where your cultural perspective on it shapes how you interact with it. And
Agreed.
That observation and armament as the two main types isn't an absolute binary, because we see people in Wano only see it as Ryo, all of it, observation and armament. And because of that, their observation seems to be slightly weaker because it's mixed into armament and used to accent it. You sense the breadth of the things around you and the objects around you to infuse them with your armament better. But their cultural perspective also seems to make it easier for them to learn this flowing form of advanced armament haki, where this flowing advanced form is easier for them to reach, but their observation is a little bit less developed. I think it goes into the thing we were talking about, that the cultural perspective on haki shapes how you categorize it and how much it's easy to learn different types. Exactly. Mantra only talks about observation and not armament, and it seems to make it easier to learn that aspect. Your cultural perspective
Agreed.
on how you see haki shapes how you wield it. I think it's very cool.
Agreed. Yeah, I was like, this is totally down our boat. We already talked about this. I swear, I hope Law is related to Luffy or related to Ace, one of the two. Like, they look so much alike. When we have the scene later on, when there's a cover page and another scene where Law is sitting in prison without his leopard hat on, and it was like looking into Luffy. It was crazy. Go Traffy, it's your birthday. You're gonna party like it's your birthday. The whole Traffy and people being hidden away thing was fine. I'm hoping we get more into that. I feel like I was just set up for something that I'm not fully seeing yet. And so I'm not into talking about it. It's just a beginning and we've got a lot of stuff to cover. But having our little
10 subs, Hachi. Incredible.
Holy
oh my goodness.
Criminy, thank you so much. 2 hit. Good job. That was very kind of you. You are
Like,
kind.
people can be related with different last names.
Listen to me. I know that. I think they're related.
No. Someone else was saying that they have different last names. So
who cares? I'm related to lots of people with a different last name than me.
Yeah, traditionally, it is possible.
I've got pheasants back, Drawk. There's
we have a hype
pheasants
train
in my
all
yard.
of a sudden? Oh my god.
Yeah, because there was so many subs gifted. Hey, you
hype
guys,
train
right
this late
now,
in the game? Incroyable. You guys are amazing.
I have a boy and girl pheasant walking across my yard.
There's pheasants hanging out?
Not pheasants.
Quails?
Little guys. Quails.
Grouse?
They're so cute. It's incredible.
Probably grouse. I feel like grouse are the most common, like, fowl in our region.
We have a bunch of them, but I got to tell you, you know what they do? They eat ticks. So if they want to breed 1 million of them, come on.
Oh, hell yeah. Give me the grouse.
Whoa.
An anonymous gifter gifting 5 tier 1 subs? That's amazing.
There's a whole bunch of tier gifting going on. You guys
Not even wanting credit. People are crazy.
Oh, I thought you meant pheasants. Thank you so much, Dark Lord V. Thank you. I thought you meant pheasants. Oh, there's so many, actually. Look at all of them. Wild. Okay, here we go.
I love little birds. Let's move on.
We got to get through this. I got to talk about him. I don't want to, but I got to do it.
It's Yasui time. He needs his moment in the sun.
Pass along a message to young Kinemon and his fellows, will you? Tell them that if they fight, they'll have us with them. Well, things are about to get really busy. I'd say, after all, it's just a week until the big battle, and there are plenty of folks who seem likely to die before we even get that far. And then they're all like, now, if you'll excuse me, ayo! Looking sharp, boss. Howdy, beautiful. Good day, young lady. Pardon the interruption. And then when he leaves, there's like, I'll admit, the entire time that he was talking, I was wondering how exactly you know that old guy. Ditto. He's a very cheerful man. But who is Tonoyasu? Well, the truth is...
a bunch of bits. Thank you, Parakeet.
He's so kind. The truth is, we don't know. You've been talking to this entire time and you don't know who he is? Well, he did most of the talking and he spoke to us with such familiarity. And then we watch him walk around all day, all through this town. And he's like, it's been hard on your back all day. Much harder than working, I'll give you that. Look, I'm leaving a bit of millet and water here for you, so make sure you eat up, you hear? He has all these beautiful little conversations with everyone. He brings food out and he says it's not right to keep it to himself. And he goes around to hand out the food to those who can't work without eating any of it himself. His face and stature may look foolish, but he's been beloved fixture around here for years and years. He is our saint.
You're being counted in for plugs.
I see.
Yeah.
Hi there, YouTube. Welcome.
Yeah.
Drawk.
I am welcome.
I don't know if you heard of me, but if you haven't, this is an awkward moment between us.
That'd be weird if I showed up here and I was here and I didn't know who you were.
Yeah, that's me. If you're here now, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I'm going to do this pretty hinged.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I love hinges. Being YouTube.
I'm going to be really hinged.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I love that.
I think you've been here this long. You've watched us before. It's time to subscribe.
You are right.
We've talked to each other a long time. I know you've been here because I've seen you. You've sometimes pressed the like, but sometimes you don't. That's weird. That's on you, whatever. But it's time to subscribe. And so why don't you just press the subscription button, get the announcements, do us a solid, press the like, ring the bell, and maybe stick around. And every once in a while, if you want to see all the unhinged sections of this talk, then you need to come to the Twitch stream where it is fully unhinged all the time.
I think that sounds like a lovely and hinged suggestion that I, a reasonable person, am going to follow.
That's perfect. I have a second message.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yo, yo, yo! What's up? It's me, Mama Drawk. Welcome to his house. Here we go. Smack that subscription button and press that like. Send a shout out. Yo, yo, yo. Here's what we are. We are completely normal human beings rocking out full time in the Twitcherverse. Be us, be now, be there. Do you? Word to your mother.
Wait, was that your attempt at beatboxing?
Yeah, it was intentionally. Shit, it's not funny if you do any good.
Okay.
Also, if you put our thing up here, somebody asked in one of the things how they can send us a letter. So right now, here, editors, that's our address. If you want to send us anything, you see that address on the screen, the way it's dancing around with those rabbits all over it and the flowers that are blooming. Those flowers are delightful. Well done, editors. Anyways, when you see that address, you can send us letters or whatever you want to right there. See the way the address is sparkling now? That's to let you know that that's the true address. Only a sparkling address is the real address.
Hey, thank you, anonymous gifter, for the five gifted subs. That's amazing. I just needed to wait until the hinges could come back on for that one.
That's all I have to say. Oh,
Yeah.
Also, we have decided that if we reach, was it 100,000?
Hey, dude,
Yes.
For which one? Okay.
If it reaches 50,000, Drawk is going to do a whole cosplay thing. If
Maybe
it
Marco.
reaches 100,000, Drawk and I are going to do a live stream tattoo from about One Piece.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a One Piece shared tattoo to celebrate 100,000 subs when we get there.
Yeah. Are we there now? No.
No,
Could
we're
we
not
be?
there. We've been creeping in 18,000 for a couple months now.
Yeah, it's really weird. We got very stuck.
Well,
People,
it's because when you're doing a
unstick us.
series, they tend to stop. There's not a lot of growth to series after a while. We've kind of hit market saturation until we start doing other One Piece content when you're caught up. That's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Do the things, do the stuff, be the
There's
person.
a lot of gifters for the Wano stream. Thank you guys so fucking much. This is incredible.
It's wild. You know what it is? It was my rap.
That's what did it. I heard them say that it was your rap that did it.
Did I tell you that I was a nightmare walking, psychopath talking, king of the jungle, just gangster stalking?
Nope.
All right. The gangs of LA will never die, just multiply colors
Nope.
of hockey.
I think it's not that often, and I think it's only been one other time that both of us are in a wild mood, huh? like this thing where it's both of us instead of just one. This is not most streams. Oh my god, it makes sense to see gifters in Wano. That is true.
Okay. I'm glad we had that. All right. Boom. Back to the regular scheduled program.
Well, Mama hasn't seen Zuma Zuma, so we can't, unfortunately. Yeah, regular program.
Regularly scheduled program. Vitamin B12 coming forward.
Program. Let's get to the program.
So when we get back into the fighting with Luffy and his training, I love the way that he described it as letting your haki flow, and letting it move through your body, because it feels like then what we are doing is we're watching in all the other uses of haki. You can almost feel that Luffy forgot the lesson where he covered his eyes and made him go blind. And then in this one, when he says, let the haki flow, the very first thing that Luffy does, close his eyes. So he's trying to figure out again, like, how do I feel? How do I see into the future? How do I let it move through me and not try to force it? Because that's the way that I'm going to find strength. He still doesn't get it right away, but I think it was much more impressive, even if he doesn't.
He's getting closer.
Yeah, he's getting closer. You know
what? We were talking about
Emperors
Yasui
are?
Before the plugs.
Yeah, we were, but we were moving into here.
Oh, okay.
It moved here. There are four great pirates called the Emperors of the Sea, and Kaido is one of them. And I'm gonna be the Pirate King, so I've got to beat them all. The Pirate King, would that be like Roger? Oh yeah, Roger. Many years ago when he landed on the island. Oh yeah. Kinemon mentioned that too. Kinemon, do you know that name? This whole piece was fantastic. Now, the Peanut made a mistake.
Yes.
The Peanut was like, it's time to give the wet reindeer another go. And Luffy is like, what? No, I hate that guy. Caribou, piss off, die. Choke on your own mud. He didn't say that. He should have. So I'm ad-libbing the stuff he wished he could have said.
The stuff that Luffy regrets, that's going to keep him up at night, that he didn't scream.
But he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. I took care of it.
Cool.
And I, too, can scarcely believe that it is you, Sir Hayo Goro. No, it's time to die. It's time to die. So I think it's incredible. I doubt my very ears. You say that you traveled across 20 years of time from the fateful day till now? Indeed. It was the work of Lady Toki's sorcery. You're the one I'm doubting, Caribou. Come on now, Straw Hat. Don't be like that. He says it with a heart. Ugh. I thought you had the key to my cuffs, Reizo. Is it Reizu? Razu? Reizo?
Reizo.
Reizo. Why did they have to be this, guys? No, Peanut, listen. I need to talk to you about this.
Listen, Peanut, listen.
He is a shit face. It is really important we don't give him any more chances. He's had too many more chances. Too many more.
Remember that time when the old lady was nice to him?
Yeah. I hated that.
And then Drake kicked his ass?
Yeah, I hated that too. Don't you think it's interesting that when you mentioned that you've been gathering comrades from the flower capital, but surely it's fate that has brought you here to Udon. There is a mining camp. There are 4 other excavation sites, just as large as this one. And then when they show the shape and the pattern of them, don't you think it's interesting that the one that the government has, that they have as their symbol, is kind of like the 4 parts of the ocean and then an open part in the middle. And this one is it's set up so it's similar to the government symbol, but it's 5, like Luffy. And then the center could be like, boom, the one piece. And it looks like
I'm not looking at it. That is too much to visualize, unfortunately.
Well, you could see it if you saw it. And if you saw it,
I know what you mean, but you have to admit that's a funny statement.
And if you seen it, you would seen it, and then you'd saw it, and then you'd know. Yeah. So it is like the 5 petals of a flower, but it is also kind of interesting that it kind of looks like the government symbol, but also if we had 5 of the emperors. There are tens of thousands of prisoners like us in Udon. I'm super in favor of remembering that tens of thousands of people have been arrested for beliefs in Udon and should be taken out like obs.
I mean, there's actually a weird thing that happens in totalitarian governments, which is when they are freed, prisons are a nightmare because authoritarians usually aren't good at paperwork and don't write down what people are arrested for, and oftentimes will drum up charges for dissenters. But then they also do arrest just bad dudes. Like, it's not like Killer was out there being a good guy. He was going around slaughtering people. So there is the issue of like tens of thousands of people have been arrested. Sure, probably most of them for rebellion. Some of them are probably just murderers.
Yeah, exactly. We need to move through. We've got so much happening.
We got a lot. We're slow.
Are we though?
Yeah.
I don't know why on this one page it says datum, but it does.
You know.
I don't know why. It has a picture of the dude who's the pink-haired fighting samurai making his redemption. The whole apology piece that's going on with Dogface and Kinemon and everything, and talking about, we maybe...
Is it an onomatopoeia?
Maybe push you out, but then on the top of it, it says datum. And I was like, why the hell is that there?
Is it like a dodom? Yeah, it's a dodom.
No, it's tiny. Like really tiny.
I think it's meant to be an onomatopoeia.
In the colored version, it might be a da-dum, but it also looks like datum.
I think it's supposed to be a da-dum.
When they're laying on Zoro, didn't he just seem like a dad?
Yep.
It just felt like he was just a dad hanging out in his little weird cabin. I'm not gonna lie. We're coming past chapter 441 and we're moving on, baby. We're moving on. We're going through the funeral. It was sad. Here was what was sad. They were all idiots because she's alive. Moving on.
Okay.
just me trying to get through this part because I don't want to do it. Here we go. Prisoners' quarters. So we find out that the person who is the dude who's been stealing stuff in the night also happens to be Yasu. And he has his hairpiece off now, and Lord Yasu is up on the cross, which makes sense that Oda would put him up on the cross. If you're thinking about the symbology of it being a closed society, Japan during this period, and then everyone's screaming, "Let him down, Lord Yasu!" Well, I guess they haven't forgotten about me after all, he says. Your pleas will go unheard, my good people. Orochi will not let me go. But I have two things for which I need to apologize to all. And one thing I wish to say to that fool Orochi. And this was what we talked about before. This is that same amazing feeling of somebody who is taking over their own death the way that Roger did. I know I don't have long in this world, so how can I get my message out? He knew who he was. He knew what it would do for everyone to see him there. He was hoping that it would bring back some memories and it would boil up some rage enough for them to want to fight back again and to give them courage. He knew all of that. And he made the small change with the 2 lines on the piece. And he understood that the way that he was going to get it out in front of everyone, like there's no way that you steal shit for that many years, you do all that for that many years, and you just suddenly accidentally got caught. I think that it was a very intentional piece, and I appreciated him doing that because he said to himself, with the time limitations that we have left, what is the greatest way that I can possibly do this? And he was probably right. And I'm not going to second guess him because he gave up his life. It was really incredible to see who he used to be as a leader in another one of those One Piece biologies where he shrunk down by getting old and hiding around. And to see that he used to be a man who didn't smile at all and was a fierce samurai in Wano. And then to see the juxtaposition between what he became on behalf of his daughter and his people. So he stands up there and he lets them know for his terrible past crimes of leading an army rebellion against the Shogun Orochi. He is hereby sentenced to death and disgrace alongside the Arin Kamisaki. And then he does this whole thing live. I'm so sorry to have lied to you. I am not the hero that you think I am. It would seem that this man is more inspirational figure than we knew. So they made a massive mistake, which is amazing. I love it when the bad guys don't know how much pull somebody still has. And then they're like, oh shit, we literally gave him a very tall soapbox to stand on and talk. Look upon the beauty of the flower capital, the wondrous sight that Wano is. It is this beauty, which is our pride and joy, built over a generation of hardworking, the Kozuki clan and the people of the nation. And all the people, can you hear me, Orochi? All you have done to our bountiful forests and fields and rivers and villages is pollute and corrupt them with your sludge and your greed. You are nothing but a vermin. He absolutely nails it. Like, just spike to the heart, nails it. You'll pay for this, Yasu. Stop, Lord Yasu. Don't say anything more. Now I have to apologize for you all. Are you familiar with the riddle image that has been circulating? In the 20 years since the death of the Kozuki name, without any manpower to avenge them, I mourned the loss of that great house, and so I created that image. It was just a little prank. 20 years ago, after Odin died, Orochi came to us, the 4 remaining daimyo, with a question. Would you serve Kurozumi or fight? A laughable query. I think it's absolutely, this is one of the most powerful speeches we've ever had. To my disappointment, I survived the battle and took to living in Ibusa town in disguise. So this was a man, Orochi, how about this? Shall I recite the words that have a stranglehold on your heart? A man of such small caliber shall never in his life truly devour Odin. So this is where it ends. And to find out, cover the children's eyes, for now is the final daimyo serving Kozuki, nay, the friendly oddball of Ibisu town, shall make the final grand journey. In fact, I think I'll go singing. And a 1 and a 2. And then he's, forgive me, Otako. Forgive your father for leaving you behind. And to watch tears fly out of her mouth while her face is smiling and she's screaming, Daddy, Daddy, no, and falling on the ground. And then she says, I have frog oil. Please let it heal you. God damn. Brutal. Brutal, Drawk. Brutal.
It's a little bit painful, huh?
And the whole fight, one day he will be Shogun of Wano. Those who serve and support him must be the greatest samurai of the land. Not only must you protect your liege, you will do the same for the capital and eventually all of Wano. You will be our guardian deities. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Yasu. And to have them all laughing and to have everybody so upset and then find out through prison with our little old man Peanut that I suspect it's the effect of the smile fruit. You will find some of these folks who cannot do anything but laugh here too. But what is truly brutal is in Onigashima, you have freaking Kaidogo, that old Orochi. He's one sick snake of a man. And he laughs because he kind of loves this idea that when all these people were changed into the animal form or all the forms, that Orochi was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and see what happens if I give this to all the people. Oh, now look, no matter what has been found, you will never be able to mourn for your family properly again. From this time forward, everything that comes from you will be a smile. You got to smile for that good fortune will get away. Use that mouth of yours to smile.
It's interesting because I find every leader in One Piece has this instinctive idea that they want to be the good leader living in a beautiful country. And they know that means a smiling populace. But the way they achieve that is like with Big Mom, it's like, give me your soul for it. And then I can do it for you. With Dofi, it's if you're not smiling, if you don't like it, you'll be gone. No one will remember you. They all have these little cheat codes because they don't actually care about what's at the root of making people happy. They only care about that image of being the leader with the smiling populace.
And you know what I think is really interesting about it is that Luffy is never trying to make his people happy.
He just does by who he is because he cares about them.
Yeah, but he also appreciates when they're not happy. Like, do you remember the part where Luffy is watching them from prison and he's screaming, guys, get him! And he sees the vengeance and the hate and the sorrow and the anger that's rolling off of them in waves. And he's not like, oh no, they're not happy. He's like, this is the emotion they're in. Like the Straw Hats are never trying to just laugh. The Straw Hats aren't trying to make everyone comfortable or happy. The Straw Hats just experience emotions as they come.
Interesting.
And I think that that's so much more powerful. And the joy that comes from them is joy that they get from living life together and that camaraderie and friendship that's can be so deep like family. I can't believe Kid allowed himself to be recaptured so that he could be there with his friend, and he screams, what happened to you after you split off? What have you done? Talk to me, killer. And we're all like, holy shit. Who did this to my partner? And then they drown them under the water over and over again. That was wild shit to find that out.
Turns out Kid cares a lot about Killer.
Good that we have some true great friendship here.
Yeah.
One of the very best chapter covers. I'm not going to talk about it because we got to move.
We gotta move. We gotta schmoove.
And then they're chasing everybody down. All of his ninja warriors are out running. Luffy has Taco in his Taco. Luffy has Taco. Do you know why? I always think of when I look at Usopp, I think of him as being Taco.
From the Adventure Zone?
Yeah.
The wizard, the flip wizard.
Yeah. There's just something about him.
I guess.
He kind of reminds me of Taco from the Adventure Zone. I'm not
So
gonna say, I'm
the
not gonna lie.
famous chef who was an acrobat who used a lot of fire.
Yeah.
You
I
are
know that you want it to be
reminded of
Sanji.
them by
I know you
Usopp.
want it to be Sanji, but it feels like he would have looked more like Luffy.
Yeah,
Or,
Stalker
sorry, not
from
Luffy,
TV.
Usopp. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
It is wild. We're almost at the 4 hours we normally do a stream. Yes. It is wild how long Wano streams are.
So goddamn long. On the night of the Fire Festival, we will strike on Ogashima. All of this frees the samurai of the capital. I know that we will have their help. Will you join our fight? Ashura, come with me. I've got something to show you. Big Mom, are you kind right now? I sure am. We've already talked about a lot about this already, ironically, which is good, about Big Mom and her fight and coming in and her being so kind and how great that was. And how it also gave the opportunity for Luffy to realize, which we've already talked about, that he had the capability, just like Rayleigh did. And so it was good for him to know this, that just like Rayleigh, you are able to break these collars off. You don't have to live within this moment. And finding out that Big Mom was capable of controlling herself and that her hunger pangs didn't need to be what they were. So that also talks more about will. She has turned herself into being the person that she is, who goes on a crazy hunger pang strike. Because why is she so angry in this one? Because she intended to give food to everyone.
Yep.
And so her hunger pangs doesn't need to be the way that they are. It's about her will. I wanted everyone to have the Oshiruko. And so that's a different kind of hunger pang. She wanted some, but she also wanted to give it to others. So she decided who she was. So it's a great reminder. People design themselves, that you can go through things, but it's how you react to them that they're saying within here. And he screams, damn it, I'm not going to let you die, and breaks the things off. Even he's a little proud of himself. But here is my favorite in this part, is when he says, I don't believe he just used, did you dodge me again? We got to scram, Gramps. Straw Hat Fellow, quickly now, before you forget that feeling, protect me. What do you mean? Let's run. It is in the midst of danger that power truly blossoms. Are you crazy, this training? If I mess up, you're going to die. I know that. Then come, Emperor of the Sea. Oh, baby.
Hyogoro is such a good teacher.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
I love that.
Oh, I was so proud of him. And he gets hit, and they do fly through the wall, and Luffy is like, oh, I didn't do a good enough job. And he's like, are you kidding me? We're alive. We're wild.
Alive. Did you see the thing that just punched us?
Yeah. How are we alive?
It would take several hundred tons falling out of the sky to put a stop to her.
Exactly. And so that was kind of incredible because when you see that as a natural thing, you want to be like, oh, he didn't do it. And then the guy's like, yes, he did. We're alive. And that's wild.
Look, he didn't do it perfectly, but he did it.
You're not fully there yet, but the amount of growth you have is huge. I also think it was funny when Queen jumps off and is like, oh, I'm totally going to kill her. Brachio bomber. And you're like, that's not going to work. As soon as he landed on her head, I was like, shit.
Honestly, it worked more than I would expect it to, but it makes sense because this is just Big Mom natural strength. This isn't her with all of her training and will and drive baked in.
Agreed, because she doesn't have the different type of will that she normally has. And when he finds out that she was the wrong person and she was herself again from the hit and wraps her all up, I'm like, yeah, that is exactly what you should do, my friend.
If you have Charlotte Linlin briefly unconscious, take advantage of that moment and tie her up in sea stone chains.
You need to get your ass out of here. So it was amazing when they were like, gate check, all closed, sir. Snail check, still not an operational. Udon seems to be completely isolated. And if something happens, we may have no way of alerting anyone. And then Luffy starts stretching. So I get to fight all I want. What? Who said that? It won't be quite as exciting without Big Mom or Balloon Man. Oh, right. He's still free. And then Luffy does the hand into the fist. I've always been free. And now this place is mine. Oh!
Fucking common
yes,
Luffy win.
Yes.
Beautiful. Love it.
Oh, that might be, I'd want a poster of that. I've always been free. That is a good thing to put on your door. I've always been free. And just remind yourself in every day, you are free to make choices. You are free to make decisions. You are free to change. And it's just a great little reminder. God damn, I love this. I love One Piece.
Oh, me too. One Piece might be good.
Do you think other people know about it?
I hope so. I hope people out there know about One Piece.
I hope so too, because it's such good stuff. Look just how many sparring partners I have. I know I'll figure it out. Good. Nothing gets that straw hat fella down. So good. And then what happens? We bring out the virus, and you're like, ah, shit. Well, that's going to change things. People are getting sick, and it's communicable. And that's why I wondered, like, when this was written and whether or not the virus was known about it all, and what month we were in, or if there was
it's
rumors
just a
of it.
coincidence because his name is Queen the Plague because he is a virologist who builds disease weapons.
Yeah, and it's too crazy. I love Yokozuna Kawamatsu so much in the River of Retribution. So good. All of that is amazing. But for me, this moment was overshadowed, and I loved how they all came together. The first step to gain their trust. We are not mere ghosts and memories. We need to fight. And I love how they start fighting. But then when the plague really gets going and the fear gets back into their heart and they shoot them with plague rounds. I like how it could have gone so sideways so quickly, but then Luffy is like, F it, and just rounds them all up and squeezes them together and is like, stop, all of you. What the? He just touched them inside. He's insane. What are you doing, Sir Luffy Taro? You call this devastation? You call this overwhelming power? This stuff has no effect on me. Oh, shit. And then I love Chopper. Liar, get away from them, Luffy. Open your eyes. You are nothing but slaves. And then he's laying there. Oh, they're still alive and well, says your favorite little girl. What the? Well, he looks dreadful. And then he goes, he lost his mind. And then he said, I made a promise with a friend named Tama who fed me back in Curry. I promise to make this a place where you can eat your fill again. By the time we leave this country, this will be a place where you can eat as much as you want every single day. If we can't make that happen, this will always be hell. I already heard about Odin. He was a great man. But the day Kaido killed him 20 years ago was the day this country stopped working, right? We came here to fight Kaido and win. And then they're like, how are we going to get the thing? But before all of that happens, when they're trying to do the giant plague shot out of the nose of the elephant and Luffy ties it up, shut up on that one panel where he goes, I saw a pretty bad future just now. Felt so freaking thriller that Luffy looked at him like a creepy creeperson. It's like, I saw a pretty bad future just now.
Things were about to go pretty badly.
You're gonna have a bad time, baby. So awesome. Turns out, you got the plague shot, bitch. Eat plague.
I love it. I love that so much.
Let's go, killer. We do our own way. Let's get our people back. Out they storm. So I also like that Luffy is dying and falling apart, and Chopper is trying to fix him, and Momo is like, no. She goes, but I'm glad to see you're all right. No, he's dying. Don't touch him. I'm finding the right antibody right now. And then he says to Luffy, Luffy might be stupid, but he's truly extraordinary despite it. I could never do such a thing. And then Luffy knows what the people need to hear. So he looks right at Momo's face and says, yeah, that's because you're stupid and cowardly and weak and a chicken and totally helpless. Silence, you insolent dog. That was an invitation for you to add on. Don't hit him or you'll catch it, Momo. The one they're all waiting for is you. Stop it, you fool. You're going to kill him. And then they're like all waiting, and Luffy looks at him and he's like, oh, it's not me. What I see reflected in their eyes, it must be my father, the great shadow cast by the Kazuki clan who supported Wano for all these years. It never felt so heavy upon me until now. Don't be afraid, Momo. It's good to see you alive and well. Everyone, please hear me out. I will tell you what happened that terrible day and what we've been doing to this point. Yes, sir. It's a relief to see Lord Momo looking so bold. But for now, there is one place I urgently wish to rejoin the group in battle. Very well. And he says, it was a dream, something that lies beyond the battle. Oh, that was so good. For Momo, I mean, keep in mind, he's a weak chicken.
Look, we're not all the way with Momo's development for sure. He's got a ways to go.
Yeah, no. Bit of a weak chicken still, but I'm glad he's standing up now. Ashura, you're still the way you were back then, Kinemon. We might have been the same age once, but now we're 20 years stronger. It's a delightful little take, don't you think?
Yep.
Oh, what a delightful little take. Zoro goes and protects everyone and then asks Momo's sister what she's gonna do. Takes a little rest. She convinces him that, you know what? You can have my sword if you're gonna give back the other one. So good. Okay, you can't tell me that in the end of chapter 950, when you look at Mr. Law, that you don't see a relative of Luffy. He looks a
little Luffy-esque.
He's so freaking Luffy. He's sitting there and I'm like, come on. You gotta be related, baby. You gotta be related. The lead up to the fight and the putting their pictures out is adorable, but mostly it's adorable for me because when we see their likenesses and we see the change of the stakes, the added 2 lines, which changes where it is in the bay now. You see how Beppo and everyone was let go by Hawkins, which was great. Hawkins is weird, but there's something about him that I agree. He does look like Ace, but Ace and Luffy looked related even though they weren't. He better be related to one of them is all I'm saying in some far way. My very favorite part was that at the dock at the checkpoint, present yourselves. You must be examined against these likenesses. And the Robin and the Usopp terrible faces that they make. Oh, very well. Hey, get those people out of here. They're haunted by a ghost. Brooke in behind them. So good. Chapter 951, baby. We're moving fast. Get on the bus.
We're blazing.
And then when we get down to where they moved all the boats and they're like, yeah, we're going to need Frankie-san, which is, I mean, you got a boat builder. That baby is going to move you fast through those and fix them up. And we're very, very grateful. And I was like, thank God that in the past somebody cared enough to get those ships around the outside. Do you remember when we were talking before? Because we get on the boat and he's like, I'm serious, take Big Mom out of the chains. But do you remember when we were talking before about when will we next see the split in the sky? I think it's interesting that the next time we see the split in the sky is in the fight between Big Mom and Kaido.
Yep. More emperors. It clashed between emperors both times.
Clash of the Emperors. No, the other time that we saw a split in the sky, wasn't that between...
It was Whitebeard and Shanks.
Right. But didn't we see kind of a clash of the sky above Ace and Blackbeard?
Nope. We just saw 2 big balls energy.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like Hawkins. He's odd, but there's something about him I liked. When Zoro comes back to have the fight with the foe again, and we find out about this great past, and then, Papa, what did you find here? And, Kawamatsu, is that you? And we go all through the history of how, for all those years, she protected Momo's sister, and
He protected Momo's sister.
He protected Momo's sister. He has the little rosiest cheeks, though.
He does. He's just a little guy. He's a little fish man who everyone thinks is a kappa.
He's a very cute little dude.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, we've gone back into the prison.
Okay.
He's back to being healthy and the star of the show. And there's Luffy. Let's do this, people. And then we've got the blood writing. Omasa, the split hat. And Ocha, the bottle gourd. And Snake Eyes Yatape. Kibi, Ringo, Hakumai, and Udon. And they all kneel at the feet of the little peanut, who's now standing fully actualized, deep inside his will. And the way that he's wearing his little coat over his shoulders now, standing in the legs apart warrior pose, looking at him like, that's right, baby. I'm back, bitch. I'm in my full will now. You know whose I am. You're killing it. And to find out that after all this time, after the Kappa had been hiding all of those swords and made friends with the fox and had the fox understand him, and all of those freaking beautiful swords were hanging out, waiting to be found one day. All clean, perfected. That fox better not die PPSS.
Okay, you, Mama Drawk, would be upset if the fox died?
Oh, what? Wait, no, wait, what? Wait, no.
What?
That fox dies, I'm mad.
No, I'm making a bit about you loving animals.
Oh, thanks.
Oh,
I
wow,
hate,
shocking.
you know how I am with animals, but in this case, I'm going to make an exception. I'd be really upset if that fox died.
I've had so much trouble tracking if the bit is we are lying about animals or not, because I feel like it keeps switching. You know?
My very favorite panel, book 95, got the 4 emperors around the outside where they belong, and Luffy in the center, being the sun god. Rock it out, biatch. I see you. I see the sun buttons on you. Yeah, I do, baby. Yeah, I do. We're on chapter 954, people. I don't know if you've heard this, but we need to be.
Okay.
The very first time I read and was given Enma, I added an I to it, and I was like, the sword's name is Enema?
Hey, believe it or not, it's not.
God. When I first read the sword was Enema, I was quite concerned about our future. Because then he would be like, I'm up to some bad shit now. Enema!
Oh, no. That's luckily not what the sword name is.
They didn't even spell it right, but oh well, okay. And then I was like, oh, Enma. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you read things. You thought somebody was a giraffe.
I did think someone was a giraffe. That did happen earlier. It was a whole disaster. Everyone was shocked about it.
What happened to your lines between you, Kid, and Apu? Says Ace to Hawkins on the ground.
Is Ace?
Or sorry, not Ace. It's not Ace.
When did Ace get here?
I loved this part. We were tricked and betrayed. Scratchman Apu was in Kaido's employee all along. That monster Kaido said to us, I cannot imagine Kid will ever submit. He will die. And he's totally cut in half, because I don't know if you know this about my friend Law. He can just cut people in half.
That is an ability of his, yeah.
They tell the rest of his crew, do this or do that, or your captain dies, and they become Orochi's pawns. The 4 emperors are different creatures from you and I. Ordinary logic doesn't apply to them. If letting me walk is part of your plot, then consider me a willing participant. 6 days until the raid. And then it just shows Luffy training and he's pounding the steel like it's gelatin, and he's still not happy.
He's like, this sucks. I'm not getting there.
He's like, why do I suck so much? 5 days to the raid. Weapons prep team in Udon, Katana retrieval team with Ringo, Yakuza rousing team, Kibi, and they're all just going around getting all the shit ready. And I was actually feeling deep hopefulness. I want you to know this.
Yeah.
Like deep hopefulness. Incidentally, there are actually 2 methods of entering the land of Wano. That was really similar. The land of Wano was similar to the way that we get up on top of the red line.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Except for the red line had an outside elevator rather than getting to actually protect your ship too in a protected harbor, right? So that's kind of a nice little bonus. Scratchman, do you still love Scratchman despite the fact that he's clearly an asshat?
Oh yeah, I think he's great.
Okay, excellent. Who would suspect that you would have Kaido and Big Mom decide to team up to rule the world? And they don't want to be the Pirate King. F that bees. They want to just take over, the world.
I mean, that's basically the same.
It's fascinating to me that they decide to take over the world, and they made a very big mistake in getting rid of all the 7 warlords, because now you've got who are you going to partner up with? Are you going to go beg red hair Shanks? Who else are you going to talk to? Who you think you're going to talk to? You think Blackbeard gives any shits from Cheyenne about you? No. Who are you going to talk to? So I wonder if they're going to have to partner up with Luffy.
The world government?
Yeah, because we talked about the Rock and the ship with all the people who were on it, and how the only way that they could fight against it was when Garp partnered up with Roger. So I was like, okay, so is the government going to come in here? Is that how we're going to do this? Are we going to partner up with Luffy Luferson? I mean, I don't know if that's enough, but if the government came in and got off their asses, because who are they replacing the 7 warlords with? Is this an army? Is this an army of Kumas? What is this? You've gotten rid of that strength, and can you lead an army of Kumas against them? So
I mean, Luffy definitely wouldn't work with the world government, people are right. But like if Kobe showed up and was like, hey, we gotta do stuff.
And that was the only thing that I could say. But if people are like, Luffy would never work with the world government, then Kobe is not showing up. So there you go.
Okay.
I loved how Zoro's arm was just sucked away. The hockey and he fought against it. Oh, that's gonna be great. We're gonna go some places with that sword, aren't we, baby? And the fact that it's made by the same person as the other sword that he already had is going to make it spectacular. So Luffy continues training. Everything is looking up. Deep sleeps. We've got our little girl making her hats again. And it just really seemed like maybe one of the best, most hopeful sections. And then they do a walk up. And we all love a walk up.
It always goes well for us when there's a walk up historically.
And it goes, meanwhile, 7 samurai with red scabbard's, 1 shinobi, and 1 little lord set off across the barren ground, crunching like winter frost under their soles. The sun at its zenith burns bright and hot, despite the lingering clouds. These are not vengeful ghosts, come to repay the slaughter of their liege after 20 years. They cast shadows crisp upon the earth. And so the hope of hopes, Luffy is getting so much better. And I actually thought until untrustworthy fool. And I think it was Law. Was it Law? Udon is safe and well. And then untrustworthy fool. But as long as I have this information, that is enough. A switch from Habu Port to Tokash Port. Kozuki. Hayora still alive somewhere in the north, and then Law is walking away, and we don't know if it was Law that gave the information, but that is the thing that it's looking like it was, and that broke my heart.
Do you think Law is the traitor?
Well, no, because I don't think Law is a traitor, right? Like for me, that's not possible. So I think there's something else going on in there, and there's a reason why he's doing it, and I can't for the life of me effing see what it is. And to find out that in the world government they did, like, Jesus God, so many things happened. Like you've got the discussion is wrought with tension, and then we find out I don't know what, but there's some incident regarding the kingdom of Alabasta and Princess Vivi we don't see, which is bullshit. So she's obviously been like
only 100 chapters, so you get to know what's up.
Oh, is that all? Just 100 chapters?
Just 100. Well, okay. A little more than that, but
I'm very sad. Then we also found out, like I thought, there's been a fatality. Big Obit cell papers, and that's a fact, says Morgan. But the vote results are fantabulous too. And an attempted murder. It's thrilling stuff. Double A is I'm breaking the mold. 2 covers, front and back. Nice. Yes, sir. Got a telegram from the government, boss. Yowza. Get a gander at these digits on the check. They want me to cover up a story. But big which one? Ha! Bounce it back to them. They want me to sit on a story this big? Never. He rips his face off. You're going to do as we say, Mr. Morgan. I don't know what Mr. Morgan's thing is, but what level of infiltrator was this person on his payroll before they move? Like, this was no CP0, but what was he? But he just took him on. He was like, you're hilarious. Don't mess big news Morgans if you know what's good for you. I'm king of... I may be a money-hungry Scrooge, but first and foremost, I'm a journalist. As the DJ of the printed press, I get people's hearts a-dancing, and I'm the one who decides what news is fit to print. Yeah, baby. Our location is hot, people. We're moving office. So the news, including incidents the government sought to cover up, the news of King's vote and the resulting incident spread instantly throughout the world and shocked many. I don't get to know what happened with Sabo. And I said to you, I don't get to know what happened to Sabo. And you were like, enjoy not knowing for like at least 100 chapters, you said?
Yeah, like everyone's pointing out, it was, well, they're saying 5 years, but I think it was from this point, like 3.5 years till we'd get to know anything.
Woo! I'm so glad that I have so much to read. Being caught up is going to be hard, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I can't imagine if I was trying to finish this after it was already done.
I feel the same way. The only thing harder than reading week to week is not reading week to week.
Yep. We just found out that he was alive. Sabo, say it ain't so. Undersea prison. Oh, ho, ho, says Dope Flamingo. The world never gets old, does it? Things are just getting good now. And then Pirate Island Fullhead. Pack your bags onto the ship while let the Marines reap the rewards when I stand to gain from this. On a stretch of the open sea, it's me, Kobe. And this is where we find out, ex-Drake? Are you a top secret special force named Sword? But at this point, as I told you, who isn't?
Who's not in Sword?
Who's not in Sword? My God, Kobe, those are some tummy muscles you've got. As for Straw Hat Luffy, the situation's stagnant. No news. And there's one more foreboding bit of news. Where's my mic? Yep. I saw CP0. What? They're in Wano? I don't like the implications. It would mean the government is coming to the government's coming to pirate-led Wano to conduct deals of some kind. My mind went blank for a few minutes after I saw it. This is one of the reasons where I thought that it was possible, because then they say, where are you now? I'm on my way to the island of women to capture the pirate empress Boa Hancock. By the way, good luck, Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe, you're plenty strong. This good luck, bud.
Yeah, you ain't Hancock. Let me just tell you right now, she's gonna send you out of there with your hand.
Let me list all of the women in One Piece more dangerous than Boa Hancock. Charlotte Linlin.
Yeah. Good list.
Good list. It was a great list. We did a great list.
Good luck, Kobe. You're a great guy. So, yeah. Sorry, sir. It's not looking good for you. But over the world. The thing we
have to remember is her devil fruit's overpowered as fuck. That's not the limit of Boa's strength. Like, that's not all she has. She is also very strong.
Yep. I'm really worried but all over the world, it was wrong to have worked with the pirates in the first place. They should have done this a long time ago. But then a king says out loud, are they sure about this? That was one of the 3 great powers of the world. The dissolution of the 7 warlord system. Every pirate small gang now is like, well, yippee-yi-yay, cow patty. She rode into town to kill the man who killed her daddy. We're gonna do some stuff.
Yep.
And I think it's gonna be beyond wild to see what happens. Where is the implementation of what's taking over for this strength pillar?
100 chapters, give or take a few.
Sweet baby turnip. All right, well, at least Buggy doesn't get to be one of the 7 warlords. If nothing else, that's something. And I like that they chase the former warlord Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. And what does he say? I feel the thrill of excitement. It's been a long time since I was being chased. Yeah, baby. And I also love that when they surround Edward Weevil, he's like, then I gotta kill them all in the name of Whitebeard. Whitebeard. And he doesn't even, he's like, there's, I don't know, what about 150, 200 people surrounding him? And he's like, oh, well, here I go, let's kill them. I'm actually a little bit worried about his ability. And he's sewn up in interesting ways.
There's enough. The fact that he and his mother have enough confidence that they're just like, there's nothing. He is terrifyingly strong and just like a little wrecking ball we know nothing about wandering around the One Piece world.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, we just wander around the world, we do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Every once in a while we see him and he's just like, I'm here killing everyone. And then they show like over 200 people surrounding him and he's just like, meh, time to kill all of them. Time to make all of them dead.
I love this comment from chat. Akainu was like, oh, it's Kaido. Akainu was like, I'll send my 200 least favorite soldiers after Mihawk.
That's amazing. Oh, good luck. I like the little backstory about the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
But at God Valley. But God Valley.
Yeah.
It got that missing world feeling.
It got some vibe to the name, huh?
It got some missing world talking to become a god kind of feeling to it. And it kind of looks like a center of an X marking the spot.
Don't worry, you might one day learn more about it.
Because God Valley vanished without a trace. Is this going to be a missing thing? Or are they going to have skied it? Or are they going to sunk it? Is it going to be in another dimension? Where is it? I don't know. But I do know they sky shit.
That is a belief that you have, that they do that.
I do know that they sky shit. I'm pretty sure. It is hard to get into all the things I want to talk about when we got so much going on.
There's so much. Should we do closing segments, or is there more we need to touch on?
I'm just going to do this tiny little bit of the bounties. So it's interesting when they go through everybody's bounties and they're counting them all up, 4,048,900,000 berries, etc. And then we look at the amount of Kaido and Big Mom. And then you're like, well, what do we do when we put those bitches together? Like the maximum berry we've ever had is 5,564,800,000. So what do we do when we put those bitches together? I don't have a ton of time, Haberfax, to do all the predictions and stuff in my closing segments. We have this is, in my defense, this was like 38 chapters.
This was a lot of chapters.
Like so many Oh, I'm not allowed to read this. Oh,
the next one is significantly shorter.
God damn. Oh, I'm exhausted.
It's a lot.
I need that little peanut man to get his ass over here and give me some of his will. And let me just go into here. Haberfax, did you say we could go another 4 hours?
I've
gone through many cans of the Compliment sparkling soda.
So I have terrible news and I have great news.
What is it?
Terrible news. That wasn't 38 chapters. That was 33.
Oh, it felt like 100.
Yeah, it was only 33. And the great news is next one, shorter, only 28 chapters. 28 chapters. You are now going to be reading to chapter 986. God, we made it so far. That's such a big number.
You hear that, squishies? Do you know what that means? I'm almost there, baby. If you're trying to read ahead of me, you're going to need to read your ass fast because I'm coming.
Now, this comes with a caveat of also more bad news.
986?
Yeah. Caveat, more bad news. More bad news. Get ready. We actually have more chapters in both of the parts after, 37 and 34 respectively.
Oh my god, are you shitting my dog?
However, those are in an action part of the story, so less happens.
Okay. Guys, wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
People are saying there's a certain event that we're going to do a live stream viewing of for you to watch an episode instead of read the manga. We're going to do 2 of them. If next week is, and they want them to be on weekends, if next week is our last proper Sunday Mom Piece, we could really easily do Saturday streams for both of those. To make them easy to attend for patrons.
What did you say?
We could do Saturday streams for the episodes because people want them to be weekends. The episodes you're going to watch instead of read. We can do Saturday streams for both of those if we're going to be doing Sunday mom pieces from then on.
Okay, well, we need to talk to other people first to make sure because I don't want to. It's hard for people, and I get that, but I would be able to go so much deeper into things if I had the Saturday.
We can watch a couple of episodes with Mama Drawk, as on top of the big one that we're going to watch in a couple of weeks. For now, we got to do closing segments so we can end.
Okay, here we go. Luffy is an S tier.
S tier Luffy. We done it.
No,
dude, yeah. I mean, yeah. What's our debate here?
He learns so much. I'm just debating S plus.
Man, you love when Luffy's in prison, is what I've learned.
Yeah, we should put Luffy in prison every day, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Prison Luffy gets cred.
He's an S tier.
S tier Luffy.
I think he's going to be an S plus in one of the Wanos. I feel like it's coming, but
let me tell you, S plus Luffy's happening for sure. I know which one.
Okay. S Luffy. My minor character, what's the dude? The carpenter teacher of
Mizumoto, Mickey Mouse.
Oh no. It's that chick who talks all about our smiley boy.
Ooh.
Who's super old. She's a super old woman, stringy hair, lives in the little town. No, Minatomo. What's the name of the chick who talks about
the lady who hypes up Yasui? Maybe background woman. Background
the
lady
one who
45.
tells, we don't know who he is, but he is our savior. That woman. She's so like nothing, but she's everything.
Background old lady? Okay.
You know what? That's my girl.
Hell yeah, background old lady done it.
Because
Bisu Elder wins.
Bisu Elder, because she's the one who tells us the whole history of what he's been doing. And then, hey, Nix. And then says, he is our, I think she says, I don't know what she says, but like hero or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
drip.
her.
Top 2 drip.
It's still Samurai. It's still Geisha Robin.
Okay. Can I propose, as I often do, a contender for the drip?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Iori.
Yeah, it would be between Hiyori and Sanji.
Ooh, Soba Mask?
Yeah. It's Sanji, sorry.
Goodbye, Hiyori. Rest in pieces.
Even though, what does he do? He does bad things.
Okay. Top 5 characters, right? Or no, least favorite, most hateable. Is it Orochi?
Pardon? Is it what?
Orochi, made by any chance?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Orochi is the worst.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Him. And now we have finally the top 5 characters of the arc for Wano Act 2. Who will it be?
Did somebody just ask me if it's Orochi for top 5 characters?
No, I think I think there's a delay.
For me, number 1 is my little smiley boy.
Little smiley boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who gives his life. Yasu, who gives his life for his country.
Yasui absolutely deserves it. I respect this.
Number 2, Luffy isn't on the list, the gross demon. Luffy gets a tier.
Yeah, Luffy's not allowed to participate in the tier list. We decided that he's the Pele of One Piece and isn't allowed to participate in top 5 lists because he invalidates them.
And then number 2, for me, for enjoyment level, is my little peanut man.
Hyogoro?
Little peanut man it is.
Oh, I need to change
those
Kaido
look
a little bit.
amazing together.
I'm going to need to change Kaido a little bit. I didn't realize that it went down here. I mismeasured. But that's an easy fix.
That's great. I love it with all my heart and soul. Um,
There's a couple fixes that will be needed.
and then number 3. Do I have 2 straw guys for tops right now? Yeah. No, not number 3. Number 5.
Yeah.
Naked Nami.
Specifically, Naked Nami.
It's all a Nami, but she really kicked it off for me. The spying and everything was great, but the being naked really did stop the whole conversation and allowed them to escape. Well done.
You're not wrong. It's just funny.
No nipples Nami. The triple N.
The nipple-free Nami. You say free the nip, I say delete the nip. Exist without, ascend beyond nip.
The next number 3 for me is Zoro.
Yeah, Zoro did a lot. That makes sense. That's fair. So we have Yasui at the top, right?
Yep.
Then who was it?
Then it was my little peanut man.
Then it was Peanut Man, Hyogoro, right?
Yep. And then at the bottom is Nami.
Yep.
And then no, Yasui can't share a spot with Zoro. If anyone would, it would be what's her face?
I think there's an interesting thing between Tama and Toko, where Toko acts like a normal kid and Tama acts like just like nothing against Toko. Toko's great. Tama is fucking special. Like she has something beyond just being a kid to me.
You love her more
Tama's amazing.
Than almost anything. You were like, oh my god, you're meeting best girl.
And Tama's the best. I love that little girl. She's great.
No, you love her.
She's so good.
And then I only have 1 left.
Yeah, as is the norm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Can I make a I make a plea to put Kawamatsu together with Sanji? Or sorry, with Zoro? I feel like the parts that made Zoro so cool were the parts that also to me made Kawamatsu so cool.
I need a continued explanation because I'm not seeing.
I'm talking about like she ends up in the thing. He ends up proving himself to the fox spirit.
Kawamatsu, the fish guy.
Oh no, I didn't mean Kawamatsu. I mean what's her pickle?
Kiori.
Is that what?
Komurosaki / Kiori.
Kiori. Yeah. Can I make an argument to put them together?
Yes. Yeah.
She does a ton on
a fish guy, and I was so confused.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. She does a ton on her own. He does a ton on his own. So they both do tons of stuff, and then they come together, and that's where I felt like they really made the story explosive for me.
Okay, that's fair. When I thought you were talking about the fish man, I was like, what the fuck? How? What, Zoro?
And then that would make only number 3 spot available.
I think so. Unless I'm misremembering. I think that's correct.
Okay. And that would be Fish Face.
Kawamatsu.
Yeah.
The Japanese names, I will be honest, I have a harder time with.
Kawamatsu is now number 3.
Okay.
Nice try, Parasocial. You see how they're trying to make me get rid of Nami? I really do feel, though, what's the name of the lady who's also a ninja?
Shinobu.
Can we put her with Nami, though? Because they're a pair this time. And I have an honorable mention.
Who's our honorable mention?
Brooke.
Brooke is a very background character in this section, but he's doing a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's important.
Like, he's out there all the time doing the things and the stuff. He's always in the scenes. He's taking care of shit that needs to be taken care of, but he's never at the front.
Okay.
Now, do I get to see my little fox again?
How could I tell you such a thing about the future?
So I do.
I just said I can't tell you.
So I get to see my little fox again.
I'm telling you nothing.
Because I'm really sad that the little fox isn't there. I really wanted the little fox to share a spot with Zoro. This was a hard one. This one here?
This is a hard section.
Yeah.
Because it gets revealed immediately, I can tell you, you are about to start a flashback. Wait.
Oh, I like that.
Wait, because you're about to hear a saving over noise. Not just any flashback. You're about to start what I think, if I'm not mistaken, is the longest flashback in One Piece.
Oh, wow. Can I just say something to all of the people on YouTube, not my squishies and stuff? Guys, whenever you say you can't believe I didn't mention something, you should. I can't
There's
believe
so
you
much.
think
Come on.
I can mention everything. It's just not a thing. It's not.
That's not happening.
We're moving our ass off. Also, we go offside. It's got to be entertaining. Come on, kids. Come on.
Look, I said everything will be thrown under the bus of fun. We're not going to like try to be as efficient as we can all the time, because that will just be less fun.
Exactly. It's got to be a good time, or why the frick are we even doing it? Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy in my heart. I'm
a little more exhausted than normal because it's 4.5 hours that we went.
Shit, so I feel tired as crap, and I need to have some drinks. I feel dehydrated.
I'm going to need to update this one to make it match the style of the other one, but I like how they fit together. I'm going to need to do some work to figure out how to make it.
You've done some stuff. This shit is glory.
I'm going to have to make it fit better. But anyways.
Oh, we forgot to talk about this moment I chose. They go there and they're waiting to see their entire fleet and all the people that are supposed to be there. They have everything in order. And then this heartbreaking wild ocean, no people. Please tell me this. Oh God, it crushed my soul. I can't even believe it stopped there.
It's brutal.
So yeah.
It's
just
brutal.
absolutely the most brutal thing to see the hearts break of these people who have waited for so long to have justice and to pull people out of the poverty and pain they're in.
It was so sad.
Oh no, what if I stand up and get leg cramps and fall on the ground?
That'd be bad.
That's what happened to me last time. Only the Patreons got to hear it. It was during a Patreon.
Guys,
that's why you should become a Patreon. Join Patreon. You too can hear the leg cramp times.
Who are we rating, everybody? Thank you for being here, by the way. Yeah, I need to make these fit a little better. Ugh. Just stylistically. Thank you guys for being here.
No bone.
I'm losing my mind as we get closer and closer and closer to come.
Thank you, Katu. Thank you,
Axiomat, you know, he is rating and he is nice. Jack the Bus. He's streaming.
That Jack Bus is so cool, kids.
Jack the Bus. What they up to? We sent a lot of people to Siege. Like, Axiomat is doing Skyward Sword. Jack exclamation point.
Thank you, Dark Lord V.
I don't see a Jack. Who are we seeing? Please do not have leg cramps. You know what? We're just going to do Axiomat. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. We love having you. I'm so excited for the rest of Wano. This arc is my favorite. I'm so thrilled to get through it. Being reminded of all the early parts that I've kind of forgotten a lot of the details of has been so much fun.
It crushes your soul. I get to say my thing first.
You do. You do get to say your thing. That's true. That's a thing we do.
Stop talking. Squish on, squishies.
Everybody, until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. Bye.